moved by Greg, seconder by Amos. All in favor? Anybody opposed? See none, carried. So we have delegations today for the AFN candidates. I think he's here. The first one. Well, we'll just go right. Is it okay if we go to Dean first? Okay. Then when Greg comes in, we'll go to him. Okay, we have our first candidate we'll listen to is Dean Sayers. Come up front, Dean, and just turn on your mic to speak. So good morning and welcome to Six Nations. I'm glad to that you could make it here and attending today. And the floor is yours.
Miigwech, Gima, Sherry Lind. Good morning, Anin, Sego, Segoli. Ogaman Nemanagoshin, Guayakisid, Shnakaz, Anin, Bungi, and Schnabim Win. Ogma Rajunanga. I'm Chief Dean Sayers. I was the chief for the last almost 20 years in Batchewana First Nation. I'm Ojibwe, and I'm from the Crane clan. And I really appreciate the few minutes I have to chat with you guys, to share with you a little bit about who I am and what I hope to bring as the next national chief. I really enjoyed all of the experience in my life that brought me to this point in my contemplations, which is to pursue the national chief's role. I spent a lot of years in Fort Erie, and I got to know your community. My ex-wife was from here, and we have 3 children, and we have 12 grandchildren together. But I spent a lot of years in Fort Erie helping with developing addiction programs. And I was thinking about that coming in this morning. I worked with some elders here, and Amos was always in the circle too when we were doing a lot of work down there. And I remember one of the biggest things we did was we returned 350 ancestors that were in the Smithsonian into, and we returned them to Fort Erie. They had taken them out when they built the Peace Bridge. And at the old Fort Erie, they dug this huge hole in the ground with excavators, and they brought 2 or 3 transport truckloads of our ancestors in crates. And it was very quiet. It was, I think Huron Miller was doing the ceremony. Jake Thomas was around. Other cultural leadership from the area. And we didn't want to make it public. We wanted them back. We didn't want any signs. Well, the elders, the knowledge keepers from here. And it was really beautiful. There was probably about 100 of us, and we had like you go into the truck and grab a box and take it down, go to the back to the truck. There was about 100 of us that kept carrying and looking after, and we had a huge feast. And there's this big area there that there was no markers, and there's no markers, and there was no public, but we had a hard time keeping the media out in respect of the elders from here to make sure that they were returned and that they were able to rest. That was one of the biggest things that I participated in, a repatriation process with the ancestors from the territory. And we did, when I got home, we did 6 when I got home that were taken in the dark of night by, and again, these ones were there was a fort in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, and they took 6 of our ancestors down there and ended up in the Smithsonian. I think the ones that were at Fort Erie were at the Museum of Civilization in Ottawa. I think that's where those ones were. But back home, it was Smithsonian. They took them for medical experiments. Eventually, we got them back home. And of course, when I lived in Fort Erie, there was revenue res, where we were really concerned about the foreign government imposing taxes on us, especially we were fighting income tax on our employment. And I'm still paying that because we ended up taking them to court, and that about $70,000 I owe Canada now for refusing to pay tax to foreign government. But those are the kind of things that I did. I really was able to help out, even as a spokesperson on the Peace Bridge, when we shut down the Peace Bridge and blocked the Peace Bridge back in the day with a lot of people from here, even Revenue Res, that when we blocked the Peace Bridge in Fort Erie that time, they locked all the post offices and all the federal buildings across Canada because of what we did here. And I remember St. Catharines, you could, back then there was no email, you had to mail things, but we were making progress, and we actually were successful on a number of fronts over time because of the staunch positions that I learned how to take and how to organize while living among the people in this area, the Haudenosaunee. And I attended a lot of ceremonies here. I attended one of the biggest ceremonies was a Sunday night bingo and the car bingo. we'd always come down for Sunday dinners, and my ex-wife's family lived over at 69 at past Rock Pond out that way, that Medina. That's where we spent a lot of time. Sour Springs. But anyway, I really enjoy coming here and have always enjoyed being a part of this community. I was really welcomed into your community, and I still see people around that I recognize, and the best corn soup in the world. And everywhere I go, every powwow, every gathering I go to, I always compare it to the corn soup here. I can never find good corn soup. There's always variations. They're pretty good, but nothing like that. I'm planning on having some after I leave here today. So I flew in this morning from last night from Sault Ste. Marie. I'm from Batchewana, and it's actually about 8 hours north at Lake Superior and Lake Huron, Lake Michigan kind of meet there. That's where my family's from. I really enjoyed Fort Erie, Buffalo, the whole area, but that was always my home. I'm from the hereditary Green clan as leadership, and I've been involved, and my family has been involved since we were lowered here from the spirit world in leadership positions. So I had all these beautiful experiences that were intentional, culturally, spiritually. I think they were preparing me for the role that I took on for the last almost 20 years as the chief. And I was also the spokesperson for the Robinson-Huron Treaty. We just finished our negotiations. I was a lead spokesperson and negotiator, and we ended up being successful in getting $10 billion out of Canada for paying their rent. And I don't quite frame it like that in the public, but that's basically what it was. They promised us a share of the revenues if we shared the land, and in exchange we get education, health, all these things. So unfortunately, we had to push really hard with court systems, legal systems, but it's negotiations that really were successful, and we use culture, we use ceremony for those things. So those are the kind of things that I'm hoping to be more so prevalent in the way the Assembly of First Nations operates in Ottawa. But I say that with trepidation, because Ottawa is not my capital. That's not where my people are from. We have our own intentional expectations with representatives of the Crown to come to us, to come and meet with us on our terms based on our expected outcomes, our expected relationship outcomes. And we do not have to go to Ottawa. We should be able to have a table set here. We should be able to have a table set for our 21 First Nations in our area that are part of our alliance. Wherever we go, the number of treaties, everybody has different relationships and everybody has different expectations. And what we reserve for our expectations are different than our neighbors. And I learned that a long time ago with elders back home. They said, we have a beautiful treaty, but you can't go anywhere else like at AFN and start talking about you should have this in your treaty. You should have, because we all are different. We all come from different places. But I find some challenge with the way the Assembly of First Nations operates, in that it's like a one size fits all. There's a lot of discussions, a lot of negotiations, a lot of consultation that happens through that one vehicle. And even with our policing negotiations in the last few years, it was really a challenge, because I met with the minister and he said, well, thank you for sharing your expectations around policing and community safety, but we have engaged the AFN to manage and to take on these consultations. So there's going to be meetings, go to those meetings and have your voices shared there. And then it'll be rolled up and there'll be a recommendation. So no, that's not the way it's going to work. You need to meet with us specifically, and you need to incorporate what we expect. You have an agreement with us. And those are the kind of hardball games that we need to play. We need to actually be serious with them and say, no, we're drawing the line. What we did when I was our chief, I took out full page ads in the Sioux Star, the Ottawa Citizen, the Toronto Star, the Sudbury Star, the Thunder Bay Chronicle, and basically saying, no more stealing from us. You've had these illegal mines in our area, you've stolen, you've taken without permission. It was illegal for us to do anything about it. No more. From now on, we are going to expect that you garner our permission for anything that happens on our lands. And if we catch you out there stealing, we'll shut you down. And we did that. We were successful with different mining companies. We asserted our jurisdiction over logging. We asserted our jurisdiction over fishing. And we won. Ontario and Canada challenged us. We went to their courtrooms a lot of times and they would lose. They didn't have any foundation for the theft of jurisdictions. And we are negotiating now for the return of those jurisdictions. We just have to challenge the status quo and push. And as I go across the country, these are the kind of comments I'm hearing from the leadership, whether it's in British Columbia, if I talk to the Yukon chiefs, if I talk to the Quebec chiefs, or wherever we go, they're all saying we have unmet expectations and our expectations can't be flowed through legal or federal legislation or policies. We need to have our own recognition and have our own table set. As an example, in British Columbia and Interior, they were really concerned with the province asserting jurisdiction where there's no treaties, which is a theft because they don't have that jurisdiction for like issuing permits to build hydroelectric dams. One of the chiefs said, we will consider and contemplate this part of the river, and we may encourage the development of 3 hydroelectric dams, and we may, and we probably will manage that construction, and we will look at a tax or a payment to the province or a payment to whoever, but we'll manage the whole construction, as opposed to the province coming in and being the general contractor and subbing and looking at construction and formulas for disbursement of the funds and how they said it's not going to work that way. The province doesn't own these lands. These are our lands. And I hear that across the country, different variances on the relationship. Some have treaties, some don't have treaties, some have modern treaties. And it's different no matter where we go, including what I understand the history of your people. You have expectations of the Crown too, and that's unique. And that's been a driver for how you operate.
So yeah, about 5 more minutes, and then we'll give you some questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. There's many things that we really need to give some more focus on at the AFN, including opening up the discussions with united support across the country around housing. In my village, 200 people in a small village families waiting for housing. We have opioids. We actually bought a resort and are converting it to a treatment center for opioids with a land-based withdrawal management program. We are working with elders, culture. We are really working hard as peoples, and I hear this across the country. Those things that define us as nations, our language, our law, our people, our spirituality, our land, those are the core essence of nationhood. And I appreciate the efforts you guys have made with your ceremonies, with your language, and protecting those things as core elements of a nation. And I remember being in the area, how important it was to maintain your nation and maintain your language and your ceremonies to keep this alive for future generations. That's what we are really struggling with and trying across the country. And that's what I think the AFN needs to help with doing. And that includes having housing and language programs and cultural programs, and looking after our health. But the symptoms are what we're seeing, the core issues with the colonization, the imposition of foreign thoughts and cultures on us. I think that's really problematic. And when we're united, we can do a lot better job of being able to confront those things. I have some my cards here that have a little bit more information about what I'm hoping to be able to do in your national chief's role. And I got some buttons too that my daughter wanted to order these, and And yeah, she was just here. Her aunt passed away a couple weeks ago, so she came down. But she ordered these before she left. They just came in the other day, but I'm going to share these with you, and then I'll take them back. So I'm open to some questions, and I'll give these out afterwards.
Okay, thank you. Cynthia?
Thank you for your presentation, Dean.
Yeah.
Wonder if you would identify for us what you see as the three major challenges that will face whomever gets in as the national leader, and how you would address those challenges.
Thank you. I think national unity is really important. There are at least 70 formal agreements that Indigenous people have from coast to coast to coast. Other agreements that are just as strong and foundational from a nationhood perspective, those that don't have agreements, and we can't seem to be united in the fight to see and give life and see those expectations come to fruition. So we need to diversify in our approach across the country. That may mean 300 tables. Canada needs to come to 300 tables, or representatives of the Crown. And we can have some, and we do have united issues, but on the most part, there's a lot that are different. So that would be the first one. I also see the AFN needing some attention. We've had some not so nice events in the last couple of years as far as how the AFN and how we're able to be really united and productive. So investing in healing, we've got incredible resources that are Indigenous First Nations that we can incorporate into a plan, a process, because we need all the vehicles that make up the AFN to be united. The Secretariat, the political arm, the chiefs, the executive, and the National Chiefs Office. We have to be united. We have to go through healing processes, and we need to do that internally. It's none of Canada's business, but those are things that we need to do, and we need to make sure that we're markable, measurable, and that we can really achieve the expectations of all of our people as far as the relationships concerned across the country. I also see the importance of dealing with the symptoms of colonization in a united way. Having a stronger people based on healthy initiatives like the opioid addictions, the mental health addictions, the all those social determinants, really come up with a good plan so we have healthier, proud, culture-based, language-based, nationhood-based types of essences of who we are as a people. So those are really important for me, I think, to be able to move the yardstick for us. We have to look after the actual symptoms, but not forget the foundational elements that need to be addressed, and that's inclusive of colonization. So those would be my three focuses. Thank you.
Is there any other questions? Helen?
Yeah, Dean, I've heard you speak a lot. I know you did really well at representing your community. My question is, if you get to be national chief, Six Nations is going to need a lot of support for our land claim court case. We need a lot of support. So I guess my question would be, if you get to be national chief, are you going to bring it onto the floor to support Six Nations land claim? You're aware of our land claim, right?
Yeah, that's the 6x6.
Yeah, it's the largest land claim, I think, in the history of Canada, probably.
And it
So we need a
is.
lot of support.
Yeah, I've always appreciated that, and I really got to know a little bit more about that as I spent time in the area, like Plank Road and other like issues right down to Dunville and all the way up to its source. And I watched and I looked at Caledonia and I really supported what happened as far as the expectations that Indigenous people had with not honoring the promises, the agreements that really should have had that support in the face of this onslaught of colonization. The public needs to be aware. There's so much untruths out there. There's things that actually need to be a part of and to be supported by the AFN in regards to how Six Nations takes the lead on the actual strategy, the plan. And the AFN should be visible and should be supporting and have the use of our media contacts and bring the issue to light. It's really unfortunate that the ignorance, and that's in my mind, even in our neck of the woods, ignorance is so high and media wants to sensationalize things and don't get to the root of the issues. But the AFN should be supporting in whatever way they can. And what I've told the chiefs across the country is we need to set tables across the country, and Canada needs to be compelled to come to these tables to resolve these things. There is no one size fits all. And this is, again, one of those examples that we can and we should be prepared to set a table to resolve outstanding Six Nations issues. Thank you.
We have 4 minutes left, so I have Amos, then Hazel.
Okay. Scanos and Seswayo Nantahu Wenzage. Thank you for coming to Six Nations today. You know, I've been working in language for probably 40 years, advocating for Indigenous languages and bilingualism, Indigenous bilingualism. I'm working with a group, especially with the Chiefs of Ontario and Ogama and Manitowabi, and she's a portfolio carrier for languages for the Chiefs of Ontario. We're having trouble with Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. It has no teeth. And we need support from the AFN to say that. I say it has no teeth because it does not support Indigenous languages in the schoolroom, in that we have an immersion school system here, but that bill does not support Gawanio, our immersion school system. It's all about programming and how many coloring books you want to make in your languages. That's all it does, and it supports the Department of Canadian Heritage. Also, the weaknesses with the commission itself that was set up as a result of Bill C-91. Ron Ignaz has been missing in action for the last 3 years. And they keep telling us that they're looking for a place in Ottawa or Gatineau yet to set up an office. You and I both know it doesn't take 3 years to set up an office, but that's what they keep saying. So I just want to know, want you to know that working with Ogama Manitowabi, we're looking at this very seriously and how we can make the remedies for this bill C-91 stronger. And we hope AFN will have a great voice in helping us organize that. The other thing that she's looking at, and I really support as someone working in language, is that for some reason it landed on the doorstep of the Department of Canadian Heritage, our languages. And that should not have happened. That should have stayed with the Crown Indigenous Relations because it's so important. You said it's the essence of who we are, right? So supporting Ogama Manitowabi, I'm trying to help her get a conversation at the AFN level to move it out of the Department of Canadian Heritage to Crown Indigenous Relations where it should be. So if you can help us with that, you have my support. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention and those two items about getting more teeth for Bill C-91. And so that they don't ask us if we want to make coloring books. That's not what we want to do. And whether we want to move it from Canadian Heritage to even a Crown corporation could be set up for Indigenous languages. But anyway, that's kind of conversations I would like to have with you further if you happen to win as the Assembly of First Nations. So
Sorry, and you have sorry, 1 minute to answer.
I'd
Just
be
keeping everybody on schedule.
Thank you, Amos, and I'd be honored to be able to help out with that. And this paternalistic attitude has to change, where the federal government, they pretend to know what's in our best interest. And I agree that Department of Canadian Heritage would not be the best place to rest those attributes of nationhood. And that's what I'm going to look forward to fighting those types of battles to make sure that we have protection of our language, our law, our land, our people, and our spirituality, those core things. We are nations. We're not domesticated under Canada's constitution. We are actually the first level of government. And all of these legalistic legislative maneuvers are misaligned. So yeah, I'd love to be able to have your support to be able to do that kind of work. So yes,
Okay, no,
which
Thank you for coming in today, and good luck for running for the Assembly of First Nations National Chief, and
Thank
safe travels.
thank you. I look forward to your support, your vote there, Chief. Miigwech.
Okay, let's go to the next candidate. And again, this is live for our community and everybody to hear. And we have people online that are also listening in. So our next candidate that we have is Greg Megana. Yep. Craig Megana. So good morning.
Morning.
And welcome to Six Nations. And we're glad that you were able to attend here in person.
Yeah.
And you'll have the floor for 25 minutes, and probably the last 10 minutes is for
Okay.
questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me here this morning in your territory. Sorry for being a little late. We had a late start here. But one of the reasons why I'm running for national chief is to help get the office back in order, because right now, as DOL, as all the chief and councils are aware across the country, we had some internal issues that need to be taken care of at the national office. And I have over 30 years of experience being the two-term chief, as regional chief for Alberta, 3/6 grand chief, and 20 years on council. So I have all that years of experience of bringing to the table, so that these issues that we're dealing with right now, especially the internal ones, those are the ones that we need to deal with and take care of. And then once we do that, and then we meet with the staff, and then meet with the regional chiefs, get the house in order, and then come back to the chiefs. Because I know we need to reassure the chiefs that the national office is back in order, so that we can go ahead and move forward in dealing with the issues at hand. Because I know there are a lot of issues at hand right now, because as we have the national meetings in the summer and in the winter, there's always issues that are critical. And right now, we have the Métis Recognition Act. And then the Indian Act is another one that's coming up. There's three parts to that need to be looked at, because we're all aware of how the government deals with us. They're always pushing different acts at the same time. And unfortunately, sometimes we're not keeping track on everything, because I know we really have to key in on the Indian Act, because those changes on our membership, and then I think is judicial, and the third one is I can't remember, but there's three of them: lands, judicial, membership, judicial. I think it's lands, but anyways, those three are the main key areas that need to be looked at, because we need to look at fighting the government on those because, you know, legislation is coming down right now. And we need to be aware of that so that when we're ready, we have to exercise our inherent and treaty rights because that's important because we've been here before the government, before Canada was put in place, and we need to tell the government, no, we're not going to follow that. We have to follow our inherent and treaty rights so that we can move forward because right now the talk of having a fourth level of government, that's something I wouldn't want to see. Not in my day and not even for the future for our generations to come. We need to keep our inherent and treaty rights in full force until for our generations to come. So that's what I'm offering to help fight the government in these, because we need to do more advocacy work at AFN because we need to arm the chiefs whenever they come to Ottawa or when they're in court. We're there to support them because right now it's different parts of the country I know are in court right now, and there's other court cases that are coming. And I'd like to acknowledge that Chief Sayers for his court case. That sets the tone, sets the pace for other cases that are coming. I know in our area where my band in Ermineskin in Alberta, we're doing the same thing. We're going to be going to court on the treaty too, because we got the $5 treaty payment yearly, and that's as you all know, that's not enough to our right now to where everything's at. So we're looking at that too, and looking at other parts of the treaty, and so we're trying to bring that up too, and with Chief Sayers' work and their band, in their area, that helps us out. So we're going to be doing that, and always look at how AFN is. We need to look at the original purpose of it, because I know that we have a robe there in the national office that has signatures of the original chiefs that signed the National Indian Brotherhood. We need to look at that to go back to how the original intent and purpose of AFN is, because once we do that and move forward and the chiefs agree on which way the office will work, then we'll have a better idea of how AFN will be. Because when I was regional chief, I looked at that robe and I was wondering, well, how come not all the chiefs across Canada have signed this? And because of probably chiefs not being able to come to Ottawa or come to a national meeting because we're so diverse and our populations across the country. So I understand that, but we need to look at that. And then I guess all the issues that are coming up, other issues like we have our land issues. We need to look at that, and our other advocacy work, like our especially with the bilateral agreements. We need to look at that so that we can get back to how we had the original intent of treaty, and the original intent was having bilateral agreements between government to government. We need to look at that and get back to that, because I know a lot of you, the way the government is doing these agreements, they're doing trilateral agreements, and we need to get back to original intent so that these agreements can be done and move forward. And as these agreements get worked on, we'll have a better idea for the future and setting the pace for generations to come. And then going into health and wellness, we need to look at that, because we well know all the addiction issues we have with our memberships across Canada, and especially the opioids and other drugs that are out there. We need to have something in place for the members that do need those services. And I know there was a moratorium on health and hospitals and treatment centers. That needs to be lifted, because I know it's similar to what they did years ago on a 2% cap. We need to look at that, and we need to get those facilities across Canada, especially the hospitals, because our populations are getting bigger, and our land bases are getting smaller. So we need to provide those services, whether it's in health, hospital care is important because we don't have enough hospitals across Canada. And unfortunately, we're facing racism in our different regions where our members are going, and we need to deal with that because that's we hear that across Canada that racism is pretty bad in a lot of our health facilities, so we need to address that. So and then once we get the treatment centers in place, we can start working with our members that do need that help because there are lots that do need that help. Unfortunately, we have members that are passing away. So those are some of the other things that I'd like to look at is making those programs in place for them, and especially supporting our female, our ladies groups, our COCUMs, in dealing with that MMIWG and other programs that they're involved nationally. We need to keep our support there and, finding the dollars for them because we keep hearing those stories of the missing ladies, and we need to address that. And the other part of that issue too is our men, where they're not being included as much as they should be. So we need to look at that. And our judicial system needs to be looked at because it's I know here in other areas you have your court systems. Unfortunately, we don't have that at home, and our neighboring towns get that, and we have our populations almost close to 19,000 in our area, and Musqueam for 4 nations. So we don't have that judicial system in place for us, and I think a lot of the bands across Canada do need that. So we need to get that in place, and especially I commend all the bands that have RCMP or their tribal police in place, because I know a lot of other bands across Canada want that because of how the RCMP has been treating our people. So, I look at having the police in place, especially our tribal police, if we have to do that. I know they're talking about nationally, but we need to make sure that funding is there in place for them, because if we're going to be shifting from the RCMP back to tribal police, we got to make sure that the money is there for all nations across Canada, because we need to have a level playing field, and especially with the salaries of our tribal police, they're a lot lower than the RCMP. So we need to make sure that the playing field is level. And the other ones, I guess, would be we have our housing. Housing is another issue across Canada. I remember when I was regional chief about 4 or 5 years ago of Alberta, there was talk then about having a national housing CMHC program for Indigenous. And unfortunately, that didn't happen. And we need to look at that again, because if we can get that Indigenous program set aside just for us, separate from the rest of Canada, and let that money build. And, I could see all bands and nations across Canada using it to its fullest, because we're way behind on our housing. As we all know, it's I think we're like 30, 40 years behind. I know back home we're about 500 houses behind. So we need to play catch up, and we need to make sure that that's in place, because if we can get that in place, then we'll have more housing for our generations to come, and making sure that funding is in place, because we need to have that. As we're always looking 7 generations ahead, we have to keep that in mind. So once we get that in place, that will help out our future generations, which leads to another area too, is our mold issues and our infrastructure issues. Those need to be looked at. And especially with infrastructures, our infrastructure were set up years ago, but now we know that the infrastructures are getting old, and we need to fix that. So we need to get more dollars set aside for that, and especially calling on Infrastructure Canada to be at to be part of the funding, because right now we have Indian Affairs covering most of the funding, and we need to have them at the table because Infrastructure Canada has billions of dollars there. And we're not utilizing them as much as we can. They should be part of the overall funding source to help cover us all these projects that are coming up, because I know yearly they look at all the funded projects that they're looking at. But now we need to find a different way of doing this because we're getting bigger. And we need to make sure that the funding is there in place for future generations, because that's one of the things I want to look at is not for the funding part, is look at different ways of funding AFN, even if it's different organizations to help out. If we have to look at funding the office separate from the federal government in different areas, then we should, because we shouldn't be limited in always staying as is status quo, because right now we stay where we're at. We're going to be facing the same issue years ago when one of the national chiefs spoke against the federal government and they got their funding cut. So we need to always keep that in mind in making sure that we're looking at other areas, because we do have other organizations that would help us out, and we need to look at that. And so
Sorry to interrupt you. Just have 5 minutes and then we'll have some
okay.
questions.
So so that way we're not limited in how the national office works, because I know we got to find different ways and different means to look at how we move forward. And that's one of the things I want to look at, because I don't want to, as I said earlier, I don't want to stay status quo. I want to find different ways, different options. And if the chiefs and other leaders have other options, we should take their comments into consideration, because if they have better ways for helping the national office move forward, then we should, because it benefits everybody. If we work together as a team, then things will move forward, because that's one of the things I'd look at with the teamwork, because I know teamwork is important, and we get that to, I guess on a side note, I was here years ago playing fastball. We used to have a fastball team, and we came down here to play at the Canadians years ago, I think about 10, 15 years ago. So it was good to be back here again, because we were here to play. That was when Darren Zach was in his prime, and and everybody couldn't touch him. So it's it's good to be back here on a side note, but it's those are the things that we need to look at, and especially when you have the AFN national meetings, we need to look at a different format, because we have the 3 days where the chiefs are in session, and unfortunately after 2.5 days everybody's racing to get to the plains home. So we need to look at a different format, and even looking at the critical issues, we need to look at the issues that need to be dealt with at that meeting, at that session, because if some of these issues can be tabled to the next meeting, then we should do that, so that we're not limited, because unfortunately, the way the agendas are set up, we have one of the last meetings I went to, there was close to 60 motions. We only dealt with a few. So then the rest ended up being with the executive committee, and that with a lot of chiefs that come to the meetings, that's one of the comments I heard over the years is why do those motions go to the executive committee? But I understand why too, because time constraints. We need to find a different way of having the meetings to be more effective, because a couple other things that we're missing at the meetings too is the youth and the elders. We don't give them enough time to speak, and we need to somehow have them in the meetings. Like if we can set us, maybe even that Monday when they meet, they should set that time aside for the youth and the elders, just one day each on, the whole day for both of them, so that we can hear them.
Okay. All right. So can we have, thank you.
Okay.
And is there any questions? Leslie, then Audrey.
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking about our Indian residential schools and that in the deinstitutionalization of mental health beds that ended in 1980, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and so now today we have an representation of First Nations people in the prisons and in penitentiaries. So my question is, what does AFN, or what would you as a leader propose in terms of helping again in that area of the mental health?
We'd have to look at funding, more funding for all those programs, because we need to, as you said, we need to change how we have more of our people that are in jails and penitentiaries. We need to look at changing that now. And a lot of it stems from residential school and that intergenerational trauma. So we need to look at that issue, because that's always been lingering on everybody. So we need to look at that and deal with that issue. And then, once we deal with intergenerational trauma, then we can start moving it, because right now it's I think that's one of the main issues, and we need to look at more dollars for wellness, because even with the mental health of a lot of our members, that has to be dealt with. So there's so many issues with wellness that we need to look at. So it's a big issue, and if we can find the dollars to deal with it, more dollars, and ask the government, to get those dollars in play. Because one of the other things I didn't mention was the federal and provincial transfer agreements. We got to find a way to break that, because they have the 5 national programs that in play. That if we can break that, then that will set aside more money for us, and health is part of that. So we need to look at that, because I always thought this child welfare case was key for us. If the federal government beats Quebec in that C-92 case, and that will set aside our jurisdiction more for us. But unfortunately, not enough bands picked up on it to support the federal government, so that our jurisdiction will be in full force and recognized. So those are just some of the areas that I'd look at, especially in health, because we need to really look at that.
Good, thank you. Audrey?
Yes, welcome. My question is, how do you plan to have more chiefs become active within the AFN? We went to the fall chiefs assembly, and it was lacking chiefs. In fact, we had to get the audience, were asked to come and carry the flags because there were so many people missing.
Yeah.
So it's really important that you have everybody there. And how are you going to, I guess, bridge that gap to unite everyone?
Okay, thank you for your question. It's I think once we deal with these internal issues, and then when you come back to the chiefs, I think we'll get more chiefs to the table, because the confidence in AFN is low right now, and so we need to show the chiefs that we're united. So that's where I'd work on getting AFN united, and then meet with the chiefs, and then we need to get more chiefs to the table. And one of the other ways we could look at is having more regional meetings in between the summer and winter sessions. Even look at maybe 4 to 6 meetings, separate throughout the year, pending on the budgets. So we need to, because I know most of the time the meetings are here in Ottawa, and I know the summer meeting is, they have different bands across Canada bidding for the summer meetings. So I'm not sure right now if they're doing that right now. I guess we'll know next week when they get to the assembly. But we need to look at different regions, especially now looking at, like right now, we should look at regions where there hasn't been no meetings. And, let's look at those areas that give them the chance, because we've gone to, I think, maybe 5 or 6 different regions across Canada. Let's mix it up now. Let's look at the ones that never had a chance to have a meeting and have the meeting, so that they get that opportunity. So that's something I propose, is to look at different ways of having those meetings and trying to get the chiefs back on board with different meetings. And as as my fellow candidate, Chief Sayer said, we need to have more representation at this meeting.
Thank you. Hazel, and we have about 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you for coming to Six Nations. I just want to know and ask, what is your opinion on the funding agreements and the disbursement thereof from the government in terms of like Six Nations is the largest First Nation in Canada, yet they don't get hardly any funding. What is your opinion on that?
Well, the funding needs to be looked at because it's not fair, like some of the bigger nations like here, you only get so much across Canada. There's a percentage everybody gets. I know INAC sets that amount, so we need to look at a different way. And so I look at ways of changing that. And one of the things I'm looking at or worried about is those 10-year grants. Like you hear in the news and hearing from the government that after those 10-year grants, we don't know what's going to happen. So I'd like to look at that to see where things are at as we're moving forward, because I'm worried about, I don't want to be a fourth level government. That's not, we should be right there with the government, bilateral, and we should recognize our treaty and inherent rights. So we need to find more funding. And I guess one of the other ways to find more funding is we need to, one of the bands, even support one of the bands to take Indian monies to court, because we always hear that the money is there, that's ours from the time treaty to now. And one of the US bands took their government to court and they won their case. They beat the Bureau of Indian Affairs in the States. Why can't we use that case to help us support our case in getting Indian monies? And once and for all, having those monies back to the bands. Because if that can happen, then it'll help all the bands across Canada. So I'm looking at different ways. I don't want to stay status quo. If we can find different ways to find funding, then I'm for it, because we need to move ahead because our populations are getting bigger and the dollars are getting shorter. And with the Métis case, that's something that's a different issue that we need to deal with, because I don't want other, like the Métis, coming in and cutting down on our whatever amounts we have. That's not fair to us. So we need to make sure that we're protecting our treaty and inherent rights, so that doesn't affect us. So, that's something we need to do.
Just on time. So again, thank you for coming in today.
Yep.
And good luck for running for the Assembly of First Nations and National Chief.
Okay, yeah, thank you for
And
having me
safe
here.
travels.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
have something
I'll
for you.
just pass my.
Okay, you can pass.
Okay.
Yep, you can pass those out. Okay. Let's get started again. We have our next candidate. He's in the room also. Reginald Belrose. Bellard? Belrose. Reginald Belrose. Thank you for coming to Six Nations today. Thank you. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
So I got a timer. I'll start the timer. Thank you, Chief, and greetings to the council that's here and everybody on the line. My name is Reg Belrose. I'm from Muskowgan First Nation, Treaty 4 Territory, Saskatchewan region. Very pleased to be here on this important National Chief Run. Before, if we start, acknowledge the prayer, the lands, the territories, beautiful lands. Busy traffic, not like Saskatchewan. We have time to get somewhere here. It's pretty busy. I just want to start with a share this morning, and it's a little bit of humor because I believe humor is our best medicine. Doesn't cost anything. We just have a laugh once in a while. But so I used to work with your chief here, Chief Bill Montour. He was the chief. So one of the Saskatchewan chiefs in the 70s says, we're like barking dogs on the porch. So we come here and we bark, but the chiefs never want to bite anybody. So that was that barking dog analogy. So anyways, your chief, I understand he's since passed on, but I worked with him for a number of years. And he come to the mic and he goes like this. So now every time he spoke after he'd come in with his bark. So, but yeah, I was elected chief for 17 years in Muskowgan, 2,200 people with about 64,000 acres of land. So in 2005 I started, and I chose not to run. I went out on my own terms in 2021. So I had a good run as chief of the band, and that's what I've been proposing to leadership across the country is my experience at the First Nation level, and the things that I learned from elders, the people, the crises that we all deal with sitting in the chairs that you sit with. And congratulations on the results of your election. As I broke it all down, I've got a platform. Belarus2023.com, and we did a lot of research. We took a lot of time with it. I believe we put a good plan together for chiefs across the country to have a look at and give us serious consideration. And as you go, you hear government relations are poor in this province. They're poor with the government. There's lack of understanding on our rights, lack of understanding on who we are, like your rich history that you have here. No European government's going to recognize that. They're going to try diminish. So what I've been promoting is our creator given laws and rights. I know we want to write it down. We want to make sure the lawyers have a look at it. But when you look at what the creator's given us, how he's given this nation and this region and area, how you worship, how you choose to, whatever he's given, whatever he gave us out on the prairies, it's different. But I say there's only one creator, so I don't believe we are different. I believe that we are one, we need each other, and we got to rely on the creator. So when you look at these, what's coming right now, they're trying to box us in. They're trying to restrict us. Section 35, I'm like, well, In Saskatchewan, the science proves we've been there for 10,000 years. They can't deny it now. They said, oh, you came over came over a land bridge, or you were put in ships and sailed here. We were here, the Creator put us here. As everybody in your laws, your natural laws, your ceremonies, they'll all come to that. We are the first people of this land. And when you look at what Section 35 is doing, what the federal government's doing, they're trying to grant others rights under Section 35. Federal government can't grant others inherent rights or God, our Creator given laws, rights. We have that. That's what I believe we have to bring forward. One of the key messages that I have today and all across the campaign is we need to come together. So for a while there, I wasn't going to assemblies myself because I'm like, why am I going there? I don't want to fight Ontario. I don't want to fight Quebec. See, where you're brought in and it becomes a fight on the floor. That's what happens. I'm like, well, why do I want to go fight Six Nations? I want to go support Six Nations, not fight them. And I'm sure they don't want to fight me. We don't even know each other. But I'm sure nobody wants to fight anybody. But that's that colonial tactic, divide and conquer. And it's working. I walk along chiefs, 20 years, 30-year chiefs. I've been there for about 20, same as Chief Sayers, and we're a bunch of strangers. AFN should be bringing the chiefs together. The chiefs should not be strangers to each other. Yet we are. Who are you? Oh, I've been just around about 30 years. So there's no way that anyone's getting to know each other, which is disappointing because there should be respect there and honor for the people who put you here, people who put others there. So when we look at our situation, during my time as chief, I wouldn't sign the knockdown agreement, so the residential school is still standing. And people are like, why is this place standing? Little did we know in 2023, there'd be such a high denialism in Canada. European ancestry, people from around the world denying that we went through the residential school experience. Why is there denial? That's their policy. That's their law to remove children from families. Now it's up to us to defend we went through this. So that the schools that are standing, I believe that's the best way to counter denialism. Because if people are saying we didn't go through this, I believe that's a hate crime. People should be going to jail for that. Because of what everybody's ancestors in this room and what some in this room have went through as well. So the economics and economic development, we know there's underfunding. We know there's gaps. We know it's never enough. So I believe that you need to make your own money. And by making that, we got to get the foot of Indian affairs off of our throat. It's very sad to say that they're the biggest restriction. They put the foot on your throat. And by doing that, when we talk economic sovereignty or we talk jurisdiction for environmental crisis, climate change, it comes down to control. There was fires burning in North Saskatchewan. The US or the Canadian Army were getting lost. They didn't know the lands, but yet they kept the First Nations, you go here, you go here. Everybody knows their lands and territory. So it has to come down to control. The best way to advance our people is get that control back, whether that be health and wellness. Why are we stuck on a 28-day treatment plan for individuals? It's proven it doesn't work. We developed our own model of care. It took me 5 years to get funding because we said we want the elders to lead, not the therapist. Oh, well, we can't fund that if elders lead. But we kept hammering at it. So our model of care says elders lead and therapists support the elders. And we don't want individuals. We want families. And we don't want it 28 days. If it's 6 months or a year, then it's 6 months or a year. You fund it. Well, we only fund 28 days. Well, that's why it's failing. So we chose to take control of our healing model and rely on our elders and not have some government bureaucrat tell us how we're going to heal. So that's really what we wanted to bring across the country. And there's on climate change as an example, because climate and economic development go hand in hand. That's what we're promoting is when you look at the climate change report, AFN just did one. There's 7 priorities that have been identified in this climate change. What I'm saying is I will, as your national chief, implement that study. Don't have to go reinvent the wheel. Just implement it. The work has already been done. Gaming. So I've been the chair of Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority for 8 years and on the board for 16. So our profits are given back to 74 First Nations has been 1.2 billion. This has positive impact on First Nations across Saskatchewan. Created jobs and created revenue. Those are your 2 big challenges at any council meeting, any table. Revenue and jobs. They're badly needed, both of them. With us, we chose to prioritize jobs over money because in Saskatchewan, no one was hiring Indian people. Oh, go be on welfare. And I'll tell you why they like us on welfare and our kids in childcare and our people in jail is because we're a commodity. Put more Indian in jail, you need more court workers, you need more guards, everybody. We're a commodity in this country. That's what I'll stand there and say. Stop using us as a commodity. We want our people out of jail, not in the graveyards, and in our communities. That's really where we want to push. And as Six Nations, you come to me, I'm not going to speak for Six Nations. Six Nation needs to speak for Six Nation, not me. You're here by your people. If you need assistance on land claims, let's get to the right minister. Let's get to Trudeau. Why is Trudeau not out here? That's who you got to get to, because they keep referring you here. But if Six Nation helps me get there, I'll say, you got to go see Six Nation, not me. So that's their role. It's coordination, it's supporting, it's lobbying. It's not speaking on your behalf. Unless this council brings in a resolution to say, this is what we authorize you to do. See, right now there's too much going on without authorization. So when you look at issues, landfill searches, in-death custody, people dying while they're in custody, abuse by the police, UNDRIP, C-92, all of those key resolutions. Resolution 13 from the committee, women and Two-Spirit aren't feeling safe in the workplace at AFN. What I want to do is start there. If it's an unsafe environment, let's deal with that. By dealing with Resolution 13, it's going to make the AFN a better place. And we're going to be more effective. How do you bring chiefs back in? We got to go and tell them, chiefs, we need you here. Not the fix it and then we'll come. Chiefs have to come in and support the fix. Because without the chiefs backing you, it's very tough to do anything. And I mean, I used to vote for national chiefs. And what I used to tell them, I don't need your room, I don't need your trips, I don't need none of that. What I need you to do is show me respect and come and shake my hand when you see me. Because that's the Indian way. Not walk by me to some minister. So that's what I give a commitment here. If you tell me where you're from, I'll shake your hand. And anything that I can do to support, well, we're definitely going to support. Big thing across the country is the addictions. And when you look at the problem with addictions, the root is residential school. The big solution for me is us taking control. land-based. Not all healing is gonna take place in a building. Not all is gonna take place in a, you know, in some therapy room, sitting there quiet while they're listening to you and you're, you know, spilling your guts out. And what's really the outcome? So sitting there with our own methods, our own model is gonna be the best way for that I believe. I can say that I wear this medallion. It's called the Red Road, I call it. So it also starts with the individual. So I made a choice about 34 years ago to not go to alcohol. I made a choice to start working with elders. I made a choice to regain language. I was born with 2 languages that weren't English, but through our family experience, families start losing language. So language is a big thing, and you know, Ron has been ineffective, and it's unfortunate because the chiefs really supported that. But if you're, you know, look at Reg Bellerose as your next national chief, it's the community level experience I want to bring, the positive impacts, the success, a lot of success. So I'll leave it at that, Chief.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Questions? I had Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Reginald, for coming out. I know you come from a long way. My name's Greg Fraser. I had the opportunity of speaking with on quite a few occasions with Lionel Tututsis.
Yeah.
And you know Lionel.
Yeah.
With SIGA. And he's outlined your I guess your relationship with the province with considering gaming. We're looking, of course, for our own source revenue here. We, as you know, about the OFNLP agreement, we get 1.7% of net gaming revenues from the province. Usually it's from the brick and mortar casinos and stuff like that. They're going to add the same 1.7%, I believe, to iGaming as well. At a recent meeting that the chiefs had in Ontario, there was a concern about the low level of that percentage. And that and there's questions about why that was negotiated at such a low level amongst the Ontario chiefs. You were saying that you wanted to keep the foot of those governments off our throat. If you were, say we were to go a different route, where we were to say, listen, this is our inherent right. This is for our economic self-reliance.
Yeah.
This is in UNDRIP. This is in Section 35, whatever. Like, would you support us if we did not make any agreements with any government? Would you support us in that endeavor?
Oh, yeah, full support. And just so you know, so the operations of Saskatchewan with SIGA, the political work, the politics is pushing to get the province right out of the business of First Nation gaming. So it is, the ultimate goal is to have total control over gaming with no provincial agreement.
Because I understand that you have reduced that percentage that you had to pay to the province, I believe.
Yeah.
And that you're still working to reduce that even further.
Yeah.
So in hindsight, would you say that it would have been better to start on your own? Or was that not possible at the time?
Yeah, the political environment, right? So progressive conservative government regionally, progressive conservative federally, that was a tough goal. And the chiefs of the day did what they basically had to do. And everybody is still pushing jurisdiction, and I've been the gaming lead in the region now for about 12 years and still promoting that. And then when you meet with the federal minister of justice, he says, go and implement your rights. Don't come to me. So that's what I say here. Just implement the rights, your inherent rights. Yeah.
Hey, any other questions? Yeah, go ahead, Amos.
I just want to make some comments about and encourage all of you who are running for national chief office I think we need to get stronger in our own rhetoric when we talk to the government. And I like the notion of fear mongering. I think that's so powerful. And I also like the term ethnic cleansing. Like, they need to know that their policies is really ethnic cleansing. And that's what they're trying to do to us in this country. So that's from my academic world working at
Yeah,
university.
yeah.
But I would like to suggest that we start using those kind of power phrases
Yeah.
when we talk about our relationship. And the other one that I coined was indigicide, not genocide.
Yeah.
Indigicide. That's what they did to us.
Yeah.
So I'd like to all of you candidates become stronger in your words
Yeah.
when you represent us to the crown. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I think you'll appreciate we're in with our own. But I do know the leaders that are running, when they do get to government, it does get tougher, right? The language is more forceful. But here we're in this circle here, right? So we've joined your circle. So I'm not gonna come in real forceful, right? I want to be, but just be assured that when those doors do open, that the force does come out. Yeah. And that's what my time at the band level, and just so everybody knows, I was on the ballot last round as well. I was on the final ballot with Roseanne Archibald. I won 3 of 5 ballots. I couldn't get the support I needed in ballot 4 or ballot 5. So I conceded. I didn't go to a ballot 6. And a lot of chiefs were losing connections, different circumstances. So that's why I'm back. I thought, well, I might as well give it another shot here. So that's again that experience I want to promote, that political experience for, all of what's being said, the comments. Political experience, you can never go wrong. It's always a great asset to have.
Is there any other questions? You'll have 4 minutes. I guess I have a question. How do you plan to address the significant budget cut the AFN is about to experience? 1/3 of their total budget is supposed to be cut.
Yeah, and I believe you're in Ontario, and I said at the Chiefs meeting, I said, we're the first to get cut in this country. And yet you look at all of the immigration that they land here, they're getting vehicles, they're getting homes, they got credit cards, they're getting all of this. That's at our expense. We got to go into Canada and say, we can't afford any cuts. We're trying to bring chiefs in. We're trying to get our nations to come together. And here you're cutting our budget. So in order to become predictable, sustainable with your funding, you need to have a good plan. And that plan is, we can put, as you do here, you have to bring in your expertise, your technicians, put together a good case on why we need the funding. And then don't only give us a one time. And here's what bugged me at the band level. They give you some money in March and say it has to be done by March. That's to be spent by March 31st. That bugs me. Why are you giving it on March 1st and expecting expenditure by March 31st? So we got to go let them know this funding arrangement needs to be changed. And we can't continue on with the unpredictable funding. You can't make a plan here. AFN can't make a plan if you don't have that in front of you. What are you getting next year? Oh, well, you'll know at the beginning of March. Brutal. So the cycling, it's the budget cycle. And this fall economic statement that came out, it wasn't good for us. Yet they made us all write in proposals and submit your stuff. It wasn't reflected. So, Chief, that's really
Thank you. Is there any other questions, comments? So you have 2 minutes if you have any final comments.
I think
Oh, go ahead, Cynthia.
Similar to the Chiefs, it's obviously difficult role, AFN. And part of the difficulties is, it appears to us, appeasing the hand that feeds you. But also, as you were talking about those barking dogs, you need to be barking for our communities. How do you reconcile those two?
Yeah, well, it comes down to effective leadership. And effective leadership is based on results. It's based on deliverables. Talk does not help you here, does not help your people with disability here. We've heard that in Alberta. What's happening with disability? A lot of people in the communities have poor access. Their people can't get the services because it's limited. So someone has to walk in there and say, very effectively, because if you go in there and you start throwing punches, then all of a sudden they lock you out. Like other former national chiefs have been left out. Then if you get too close, all of a sudden you're seen as too comfy with government. Or you're in bed with government. That's what they throw, right? So the effective leadership is to balance the two. You have to be cordial. You don't have to kiss their butt, but you need to work with them. Same time, bring in the needs of the community. Like on funding, I said in Ontario, what I'd like to see is not to the government, but to me, as the next national chief, what does Six Nation need? What does Muskowhegan need? Give that idea from here. Then you know what to walk in. See, that's because there's no use walking in something that the communities don't need. So that's that effective leadership that I believe I'm bringing to the country once again.
Okay, good. Thank you for coming in today. And again, good luck for running for the Assembly of First Nations National Chief.
Yeah.
And safe travels.
Yeah, I'm ahead of schedule, so thank you. Actually, 15 minutes is a long time. We're only getting 5 minutes in some places, so thanks for your time.
Like, hiding the pen on me.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. One more with you, right? Oh, I got one with you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I took a bunch. I'm about here, about kind of else is like.
I didn't get one early. Thank you, folks. Yahweh. Nice being here.
Safe travel.
Thank you.
Okay. Helen, go ahead. There you go.
Just want a couple of minutes before Sheila. I brought this Mohawk Bible in finally. And somebody can, I guess Nathan can take it and put it somewhere, maybe, I think. This was Mohawk Bible was written by, what's his name? He said Gabrielle. Harvey's, that was Gabrielle from, I think, Ganawagi. Took him 25 years. And then I thought I better bring these in before David Pratt gets here. David Pratt gave me these when he was here. he said it was for me, but I told him I can't accept these because I'm a counselor, so I'm bringing it in to put in the shelves. I can't remember what this is. He told me what this was, but I can't remember. Beaver? So I'm bringing this in too to hang into the. So if she asks, I'll let him know they're here. I just meant to keep bringing them in. I just kept forgetting. Oh, thank you. And I have to leave at noon. I have to go and do my 80-year-old driving test.
Okay.
I'll stay off the road.
Okay, we're just waiting for more, a couple of counselors. First Sheila, and then we'll get started. Give us a couple minutes.
I hope when I'm 80, I can still drive too.
All right, let's get started. Good morning, Sheila.
Good morning.
Good morning. We'll go to our good morning and welcome. Our next candidate for Assembly of First Nations for National Chief is Sheila North. And Sheila, 25 minutes and probably 10 minutes for questions at the end. Like, so 15 minutes, then 10 minutes at the end for questions. So the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Sego, kinatamiskat no gakinaw, Sheila North to Sigason, Banbodibi Creation, Nina, Udoste Kiwetinach, Manitoba. Hello there. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time and the ability and the opportunity to join you virtually. My name is Sheila North from the Northern Manitoba Cree Nation of Banbonibi. It's on the northeast side of Thompson, closer to Sandy Lake, if you know where that is on the map on the Ontario side. I'm very happy to join you at the virtual table here. I do wish I had the luxury of being there with you all. I'm kind of jealous of the pictures and the just being there with you all today. I am also, grateful for this opportunity. I know that you have a lot of things on the go all the time, and I appreciate the time that you're making for all of us on this important discussion. But I also wanted to congratulate all of you for your new positions in this last few weeks. Congratulations, Chief, and congratulations to some of the council. But I do know and understand that you have a long history, all of you. So your community is blessed to have such long, consistent leadership among you, because I know that's one of the keys of having good, livable communities is having long, consistent leadership. So thank you for that and being such good advocates for your people. I will just tell you a little bit about myself before I talk about some of the issues that I've heard. I've had the luxury of listening as well with the discussions that you had, so I know what's important. But I want to tell you some of the history and the background that I have so you can understand some of my passion. First of all, I'm a proud mom of two and a cookum of one. My 3-year-old grandbaby is my life right now. When he says jump, I say how high. He's only 3 and 2 feet tall, and he's such a powerful force in my life. And I understand that treaty making time, what our ancestors must have thought when they thought about our future generations, the way my grandson teaches me to think. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here to say that. I'm also an MMIW advocate. I have been since I learned I was a survivor of the issue in 2005 when I was just starting my work as a journalist. I came from my isolated community and live here now in Treaty 1 territory, now known as Winnipeg. And I moved here as a very young teen to start school because I wanted a better life for myself. And so I came out here, but it was very treacherous many times. And I found myself in precarious situations. So I know, understand some of the issues that lead to the issue around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and two-spirit plus relatives. I'm also a journalist. Like I say, I've been in journalism for the last 20 years in different formats, mostly with CBC and some with CTV. And I've learned a lot in that role about a lot of things, and mostly about our issues and our people across our land. So I understand a lot from that angle. And I also have an HR background as well. So I understand also from that angle of the difficulties that sometimes our communities and organizations face in these times. So that's a little bit about me. My platform title is Honoring Our Nations, because I believe that that's where AFN needs to be, where it can be, and it should have been all these last, especially the last 10 years, honoring the work that you do there at Six Nations and honoring the people that you represent, by being a good ally and being a good support. Never to speak on your behalf unless you're asking us to, but always being there to support when you need a national organization to be there with you, or to demand doors to be open and tables to be set for your discussions and everything that matters to you. I also want to start with a very positive thing that I know from your community and the strength that you have. Some of my first memories of Mohawk people, of course, is from the 90s during Oka and that whole crisis. I was just a young mom at the time, and I was getting married in 1990 as an 18-year-old. I can't imagine an 18-year-old getting married these days, but they do. But that was me. I was just getting married at the time, but paying attention to what was going on. So I didn't understand everything at the time. I just knew how powerful the Mohawk people and the Mohawk Nation was. And it had a lasting impression on me since then. And I know how strong you are for your nations and for your people. And I also see the sport, the creators' sport, very important and very key to many successes in your community. And I honor all of the champions, including my good friend, former Chief Ava Hill, who's been such a huge advocate for your community and for your sport, all across, not just in Canada, but internationally. So much so, though, now that the Olympic Games are considering it to be, well, it will be a sport. It has that opportunity to have that presence of lacrosse being at the Olympic level. And now we are going to see, I believe, an Indigenous team there. And I want to continue and to help you, and also personally help Ava however I can to make that happen. I think that it's a proud moment for our nations that across Canada can get behind. So that's very positive things that I'm hearing and seeing of your nations. Now, I know there are also other things that are going on, the challenges that your people face, the continued mental health crisis and the opioid crisis. Those are huge, and it's happening across Canada. I think I probably talked to about 300 chiefs across Canada so far, and I would say half, maybe more than half, are dealing with this very crisis. Talking to them about, they've just come from a funeral, or they're going to a funeral, or they're planning a funeral, it's just very devastating across our lands. And the pandemic didn't help, and neither does this economic crisis that has, appeared in our lives again to make our lives even harder than they were, especially in isolated communities. And I know sports is a very big part of that solution. The more we can promote sports and culture and our languages, the better our future generations, my grandson and your grandchildren and your children will be if we continue. I believe that our communities and our people have survived for many generations because of our links and how much we cherish our sports and culture and arts. And I think that is the key. We have to keep promoting that. We have to advocating to make sure that there are venues available to do that. And in my own family, I've had to help, excuse me, family members deal with addiction issues, that so much so that they needed help and they needed access to mental health supports and crisis centers. So I know that there is an absolute need for that we need to advocate for. We need specific treatments for people that are dealing with addictions, and it's more than just a 90-day treatment. We need longer, sustained, targeted support for our people that are fighting these demons in our communities that started many generations ago, but they're made worse by the recent events that have happened in our nation and across the world. And I also understand you're also dealing with the continued battle on land claims. And I would stand with you as you claim your territory around the Grand River, the 6 miles on each side. I I I can't pretend I know every detail of it, but I do know the effort and the importance of what you're doing. And I would stand with you as your national chief to make sure that you have the support and information that is needed to continue to support the strength that you already have. I understand that you already have a lot of work into this, so it would be a matter of understanding better what you need and then going from there and respecting your nationhood as Six Nations on what you're wanting to achieve for your people. And I would also make sure that at the government level that our voices, your voices, are amplified to make sure that government relations and Parliament Hill is accessible to you. I think that there are many things that we can do to strengthen those relationships at the AFN level, no matter who is in power, no matter if the government changes hands. We shouldn't be beholden to one party over the other. And I believe that is possible to have those relationships, no matter how difficult they are. We know how to have these respectful relationships. Our ancestors have taught us that to do that, and I will continue to do that. We are a people who are very generous, but also very firm in what we need. So we'll continue to advocate, and communication is a huge part of that. Part of the misconception that about our people is created in the media, and I understand that from the journalist level. And I also understand it's from the narrative. Whatever the government says to the media about our people, the media takes it as gospel. And we know that that's not always true. The portrayals are not always true, but sometimes the media does that because they don't know the difference. They've learned, much like the rest of Canada, that indigenous people are according to them. And we have to change the narrative with great and good communication lines, that we can create the narratives, we can create those stories, and have the information, the research and backing done to make sure that the right information is being portrayed about our people, what we're struggling with, what we're needing, and then also our solutions that come from our own people. We have treaties and titles to lands that allow us to make our own laws and promote them, because that's where we need to get to. We need our own laws to create our own policing system, for example, our own healthcare system, our own arts and culture that represents us, so that we don't have mistakes and misunderstandings that are actually hurting people and killing people. And so based on our treaties and inherent rights and titles, we do have the ability to create our laws, and we have to do them now as we move in to the future for our great grandchildren and our children. funding formulas. You talked about the funding formulas earlier, and I believe that we have to look at what these formulas are and do a study ourselves on whether they make sense to us or not. Because it's not fair that your nation is not properly adequately funded for what you need, and the fiduciary's responsibilities fall short for what your needs are. I know that for a fact. When I was Grand Chief in northern Manitoba, one of our smallest communities, Shamattawa, they have about 1,500 people, and they all only get funding for 500 people in their community, and they're forced to make do with that every single year. But how do you do that as nations and sovereign nations when you have untimely deaths? How do you plan for how many deaths you're going to deal with? So I always think about this and how much stress that must be on chiefs and council to try and
Sorry to interrupt you. You just have 3 minutes and then
Sure.
10 minutes for questions.
Sure. I'll just wrap it up to say that I understand a lot of the issues, but there's a lot more that I need to learn. And I'm committing to you that I will utilize the skills and abilities that I've learned as a journalist, as a former Grand Chief, as a mother, as a kukum, as a citizen of our nations, to work for you as you work for your people, and to make AFN relevant and to make AFN work for you as Six Nations. And I'm asking you today for your vote for me as the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, because I value your vote and I value the direction and the lessons that you've taught us across our nation already. And I think that we can make AFN work to what we need it to be more than it has been, and even changing the format of how we do our meetings and how we gather and collect resolutions. We need an account of all of those things to make sure that you know what's going on at the AFN, so you can make the best decisions, as well as AFN supporting what you need to do for your people. So December 6th, that's only 8 days away. I hope that you will stand with me as I stand with you at Six Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Is there any questions? Cynthia?
Thank you for your words. And it was good to hear those words. That is the honoring of our nations, and the fact that you would never speak for Six Nations except by permission of Six Nations.
Yes.
It seems a hard road to hoe when here at the grassroots level. It appears that the AFN has moved from its mandate of being an advocacy body for our nations, for Six Nations. And it has become, it seems, a receiving blanket almost for massive amounts of federal funding that otherwise would come to Ontario region and to our Six Nations. And it's difficult to understand how, if you are get to be the national chief, you can disentangle the AFN from the position it currently holds and responsibilities it holds with those fundings, and still make sure that nations such as Six Nations get to be our own voice. I'm afraid very much with that those mass our voice gets lost, the nation's voices get lost.
Yes, yes, I understand. And in my role as former Grand Chief of MKO, I faced a very similar situation where I walked into actually a mess at MKO. Beautiful nations, beautiful community, and I'm not saying anything disparaging about our nations and our leaders, but it was a mess when I walked in. There was, complaints about HR issues and financial, disparities, but also misappropriation and all these negative things that come sometimes with our organization. So I had to walk in to understand what was going on, and I did. And I worked with the chiefs that were involved to come up with a solution internally so that we can be more responsive and more responsible with the resources that we had. And instead of exposing, in a way that media wouldn't understand, even if we had told them every single detail, they would still not be able to get it right, and then reinforce the negative stereotypes about our people. So I thought from that angle, understanding how journalism works, I chose to work with our leaders internally, and this is what I would do at AFN, to work with us internally to start strengthening the policies and regulations and looking at what else can be done to make sure that AFN is not in service delivery capturing all the funds that need to reach the communities. I understand the bureaucracy at the INAC level in the first place, ISC level, but it shouldn't be that way either at the AFN or any PTO level. When I was there at MKO, for example, we needed a health entity to deal with the crisis of our people. There was 30 years of resolutions, and every year the statistics got worse. Lots of high rates of TB, cancer, and diabetes in our nations. And I think Northern Manitoba still has some of the highest sad statistics on health. So there was a good reason and a good footing and a good standing to tell the government that we needed our own health entity. So from day one to the very last day that I was at MKO, I advocated every single day and every opportunity I had with the health minister at the time, Minister Phil Pott. And finally, at the end of my term, I was able to get MKO the health entity called Kiwetinawi Ininu which exists today, thankfully, during COVID. But I was able to do that. And also, from the beginning, I understood that it's not supposed to stay at MKO. It's a health entity on its own because MKO and other PTOs shouldn't be in service delivery. We should become an advocacy body to make sure that chiefs and communities have the support they need from their organization to look at the issues from that level, not to capture some of that funding. And if there's talks about cuts to AFN, I think it's an opportunity to create an AFN that works better in the long run for our nations rather than supporting people's careers as policy analysts. Those are important too, and we'll definitely need to keep that, but it shouldn't be our main purpose anymore. We should be advocating and standing with communities like yourselves and nations like yourselves instead.
We have another question. Greg?
Yeah, hi Sheila, it's Greg Fraser here. Thank you for joining us today. I've had the opportunity actually to practice through the Northern Medical Unit and in Shamattawa and Pungasi.
Oh wow!
That was actually one of my favorite stops as I rotated through. But yes, I understand the challenges, the health challenges that are there, and I know that it was very difficult getting practitioners, to go visit, and there was again, it came down to funding that was under a federal system. But I think that we're here in Southern Ontario, we're under two systems. We're under the province as well as the federal system, and both to us are severely underfunded.
Mm-hmm.
So there's basically two avenues that you'd have to work in terms of promoting funding, and in our situation would be on a federal level and transfer payments, as well as once they're transferred out, we got to work on the provincial level as well. Now, do you have, in your capacity as the chief, would you have influence on both of those funding avenues?
I believe that the nations would, and it would be my job to gather the information and the statistics and the research to back up the calls and the need for an Indigenous-led, a Mohawk-led solution to the problems. Absolutely. So I think I would know how to approach it by working with your nations and by working with your statisticians and your researchers to make sure that we have that all the information that is undeniable, and that is the approach that I took at that MKO level when we got Kim started, and it was on that basis. And I worked with other PTOs at the time, the Anishinaabe Aski Nation and FSIN as well. So we were able to gather our information and work together to make claims and solutions that are coming from our people. I always think about that adage that that's saying nothing about us without us, and that's what I would take as the overlying theme of any work that I would do on that level. Because at the end of the day, as you know, our health and the lives of our people are on the line, and we're losing people so early, and mortality rates are so low in our nations that it's very hard and disparaging. So we need to, and we have the ability to change the course going forward. And like I mentioned, a lot of it will have to do with the solutions that include promoting good health through sport and culture and languages, and making sure our languages are not, being left behind or ignored anymore, even in our educational system. So a lot of these things are the social determinants of health, and they're all important. So that I'm able to look at that level and work with nations on what we could do as an organization to help and to be of service.
Good. Any other questions? Melba?
Thank you, Sheila, for being with us today. I wanted to ask you concerning your plans for dealing and tackling mental health and addiction issues. As you know, that all First Nations are facing these types of problems that are very traumatizing, with incarceration, in-home violence, murder, separation of families, fears in our community, etc., etc. What are your plans on tackling that if you become the next chief? Thank you.
I think one of the things, thank you very much, Sego, for that question. I think one of the things that we need to do is also bring in the traditional healers program. We have that in our territory, and it's being expanded because there has been so much need for it. Since day one, when we brought in traditional healers in our community, they were very busy, and they needed support, and they needed more resources. So I think introducing the traditional healers as well as our mental health experts, and marrying the two, Western and traditional forms of healing, is so key and so important, because we need both. We need centers that will respond to the needs of our people, that are experiencing, these tremendous hardships. But we also need to work on prevention as we go forward, and to make sure that we're arming our young people and our current people with the right information they need to start recovering. And part of that is, of course, jobs, and being communities and people being able to be self-sustaining. I know for me as a young mom, that's what helped me, is becoming self-sufficient. There are many times that I had friends that were my age, and young moms that lost their children because they couldn't get the same help and resources that they needed to support them as young moms and young parents. And it's not always easy. Thankfully for me, I had a good family that always made sure that I was responsible and made sure that I was disciplined. And from that, I was able to access what I needed to be a good mom and a good parent. I mean, I'm still trying every day, but absolutely we need to arm our young people and our people that are struggling with better resources and options and opportunities. And that includes you know maybe they're interested in becoming traditional healers themselves. Maybe they're interested in being our doctors. I know I think it's in Lakehead University, there's a program for teaching Indigenous people to become doctors in our nations, and we need to see more of those kind of programs. So a mixture of traditional and Western solutions is needed for sure, I believe.
Good. That's the time, and we'd like to thank you for joining us today, and good luck running for Assembly of First Nations National Chief.
Thank you very much. And wish I could stand there with the picture with you all too. But thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
So I don't see our next candidate yet. Yeah. So let's go to adoption of political liaison meetings from October 23rd. Is there a mover? Moved by Leslie, seconder. Second by Melba. Is there any comments or questions? If not, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. Go to this one. Back to this one. We'll go to number 6. Indigenous rights. I'm sorry. You're on? 5 minutes, okay. Yeah. Well, we'll just wait a couple minutes because we are ahead of schedule. And Nathan just said that number 6 will take longer than the 5 minutes. So no one's on yet. Can we go down to number 8? The scheduling? Number 1, Ontario Education Collaborative Marketplace and Six Nations Tourism are holding a networking event taking place on Wednesday, November 29th from 10 to 3 at the Gathering Place. Is there any delegations that can attend or want to attend? You know, we're in Ottawa. So whoever's not near Iroquois Caucus, then can. Nathan's just. Do you know that one, Nathan? Do you know that one? No. It's in your package. Oh, David was on.
Good morning.
Good morning. Just give us a few seconds.
Good morning. Okay, Chief. All right.
Okay, if you can read it and then we'll go back to it. Okay. So good morning, David, and welcome. And we're glad that you can join us today and have 25
Good morning,
minutes.
Chief.
25 minutes.
Okay.
The last 25 minutes of the is 10 minutes for questions. Okay.
Okay, Chief. I'm going to keep my camera off because I'm traveling and I just don't want the sometimes when you're traveling the Wi-Fi slows down if you have your camera on.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, the floor is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, Chief. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity of joining your nation this morning. I want to thank the elder for the opening prayer. I appreciate the chief and the council making time for me to address your council meeting this morning. And my name is David Pratt, and I'm from the Treaty 4 territory in Saskatchewan, from the Muscopetink Soto First Nation here, right outside of Regina, along the Qu'Appelle Valleys, where I grew up between Pipot First Nation and as well as Pasqua. I'm situated right between both those nations. My late parents was William H. Pratt. He was a World War II veteran, and my mother was Marion Isabel Pratt. She was a homemaker, and she was both my parents were in leadership for many years. They served on council. I don't know. My entire family was always in leadership. My niece is actually the current chief of my First Nation, and my brother's on council. My nephew's on council. My cousin's on council. So our whole family's always been surrounded by leadership. My other nephew's the chief of the neighboring reserve, Pipot. So leadership runs in our blood because of my parents and our grandparents, and that legacy of leadership that we've always been involved in. So very familiar with leadership and the issues and the needs of our people. So that's pretty much my campaign introduction. Brianne, if you want to go to the next slide. So here's some of the highlights of my campaign platform going forward. And the theme of my campaign, Chief and Council, is strengthening collective sovereignty, and that's building upon our historical leadership and position at the AFN, which is why it was founded. You know, there were a couple of reasons why it was founded. Number one, it was to bring a collective voice for all of our nations across Canada. And two of the main biggest priorities that established the organization was self-determination and sovereignty. So it was supporting our First Nations that are in treaty, those are that are have the old treaties, as well as the as well, like the Turo Wampum belt that you have, the Covenant chain, as well as the numbered treaties and all of the modern treaties too as well, but even supporting those nations that are in negotiations for treaties that have still not entered into treaty with the Crown yet. So that was the whole purpose of one of the mandates of the organization. And the second thing was lands and resources, you know, making sure that we're benefiting from the lands and resources from our territories and from our backyards. And I know that the Six Nations has a particular issue around the Haldimand Tract. I know that your support for during the War of 1812 and that historical alliance that you had with the Crown and we had with the Crown as a collective First Nations, you were promised a Haldimand Tract, and I know that's one of your biggest issues right now too as well. That's unfulfilled treaty obligations too as well. So that's an area that I'm looking forward to working with our member nations on in terms of that unfinished treaty business. So the commitment I have, you know, is just pushing forward those rights, the mission, you know, the guidance, you know, being guided by our elders and our youth, I think is key, and it's critical to what we're trying to do and move forward. It's not like what I really want to do is bring the elders' voice back to the AFN. I think that's key and that's critical. And like some of the challenges we faced the last few years, I think has been because we've lacked elders around the table. You know, the elders have that collective voice. They have that that wisdom, that knowledge. At FSN, I always include the elders around the table because I know how important their voice is when it comes to bringing us back. Like when there's disagreements around the table, they always bring us back to what the real mandates are, what the real purpose is, and they keep us on the right track. So I want to really utilize our elders and make sure that they're guiding us on this whole work moving forward, as well as our youth council, as well as our women's council too as well. I want to make sure that they're being listened to. As national chief, I want to ensure that I'm meeting regularly with the youth, the elders, and the women's council to hear their input and their direction. My approach is making sure that we're working together as a team. You know, I think that rebuilding that trust is important. Not only amongst the executive, but even amongst our chiefs. We have to really show again that once more we're focusing on the chief's mandates. We're focusing on the chief's business. We can have our times for disagreement amongst ourselves, but we don't have to be so public about it. I think that we can, if we bring our elders in, our elders can give us that guidance and that direction and that knowledge that we need. My focus is going to be moving forward on that sovereignty, you know, recognition of our First Nations rights, putting the chief's mandates forward, as I said, and creating those partnerships for self-determination and good governance. I've got 7 pillars that I'm focusing on in my campaign, and that's land back, in terms of getting the recognition of our traditional lands and territories. Justice, we're all very familiar with the issues we face around justice, over incarceration rates. I do want to acknowledge the good work that Six Nations has done in terms of exerting your sovereignty and your jurisdiction. I do want to recognize that, it's particularly around birthing. We had the privilege of touring your birthing facility, and hearing the story about that, and I really appreciate that good work that's going on there, as well as tobacco. Like you didn't wait for provincial or federal legislation. You went ahead and did your own thing. You occupied that field, and you exerted your jurisdiction from Canada and from the province of Ontario. So I want to recognize that good work. Housing will be a key part of my platform moving forward, Chief and Council, because I really think that if we can solve housing, we can solve a lot of the issues that we're dealing with amongst our member nations, with all of the opioid, crystal meth, the socioeconomic issues. I want to make sure that housing is one of our main pillars. And of course, healing. It's no secret that our nations are dealing with issues right now around healing, with addictions, treatment services, making sure that our people are getting the best quality access to support them as they're moving forward on their healing pathway to deal with all of this historical trauma that we're dealing with from the residential schools and colonization. Emergency management is another key pillar and platform that I'm working on right now. I do know that First Nations are on the front row when it comes to climate change across the country. So I'm going to be focusing on that as one of our main key priorities as we're moving forward. MMIW G2S plus the inquiry, the recommendations. What I'm going to be pushing for in the earliest day once I'm national chief is to also get a report card done and see where that implementation and that report is at, and making sure that it's moving forward, and see where Canada is in terms of the implementation of the recommendations from that report. UNDRIP, another that I want to be focusing on too as well, moving forward, because I really believe that the federal government's committed to UNDRIP. I want to get a report card on where they are in terms of amending their legislations to meet the needs or the priorities of our people when it comes to the implementation of UNDRIP. That's something that I want to be focusing on too. I want to get like a report card done ASAP once I'm national chief in terms of where that implementation plan is at and how we're moving forward on it. Next slide, please, Brianna. Water. Water is one of the key areas too I'm working on as well. I know that it's a big issue amongst our people is water. So I want to make sure that we're moving forward on that. Water is a big issue, not just like in one sector, but across the sectors. I want to make sure that we're focusing on water moving forward. We know that water is a big issue because our women, first of all, are the water carriers. And we know that when before life comes, the water breaks. So water comes. So our women are looked as water carriers. Water is very important with us across the country. I want to focus on our protection of water across the areas, across the different regions, but also recognizing the fact that our women are the water carriers. Our women are the life givers, that no life comes from the Creator except through our women. But before that life comes, the water comes first. So I want to focus on that moving forward, making sure that there's protection of water, making sure that those waters are taken care of. So that'll be another priority that we're moving forward on. Clean drinking water too as well. Across the nations, we want to make sure that that as climate change is moving forward, that water is first and foremost, and then making sure that we have the self-determination and the sovereignty when it comes to our jurisdiction over water. So that's something that I'm going to be focusing on. So next slide, please. I have a 90-day transition plan, chief and council. So when I'm national chief, right away we're going to get down to work. I have a work plan that's being developed now in that 90-day plan. My goal, first of all, is to bring back, bring the chiefs back to the AFN, deal with some of the internal issues that we're facing with. I want to make sure that there's three things that I want to focus on once I'm national chief. Number one is I want to implement resolution 13. the harassment resolution that was passed by the chiefs and assembly established that working group right away before the Christmas break so that they can hit the ground running in January in terms of implementing the harassment policy. Number two is what I want to do is I want to immediately look at hiring Myers Norris Penny or an independent outside auditor to look at our financial issues and go through our internal policies when it comes to our financials, and then make recommendations to bring about those changes that are necessary. And number three, I want to make an immediate policy change. No more contracts for chiefs or leadership. I think that's a conflict of interest. So I want to address that ASAP in terms of those contracts to make sure that they're given to qualified people, they're lined up with the chief's mandates, and they're attached to the work that's required from the chiefs. So those are some of the immediate changes I want to focus on moving forward. I want to make sure that we bring back that voice for First Nations. I want to make sure that we let government know that we're back, business is back. We want to let the government know that we're going to be focusing on the chief's mandates. I think Canada has taken advantage of our internal squabbles the last 2.5 years. We saw it in the recent budget this year. There was only $2 billion for health equity fund, which once divided amongst 633 First Nations isn't a whole lot of money. There was no major investments in capital. There was no major investments in housing in any sector. So I want to make sure that we're focusing back on the priorities of the chiefs. The main thing is I want to make sure that we're being inclusive of our chiefs, bringing back those voices of the chiefs around the table. I know that the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal is doing some engagements right now across the regions, but I want to make sure that our chiefs' voices are amplified. I want to strengthen the chiefs' committees as well to not just make them recommending bodies, but make them actual when they pass resolutions, that those mandates get into the assembly and those recommendations are followed up by the chiefs. Another area that I want to focus on to chief and council is to establish a clerk of the
Sorry to interrupt you.
assembly.
Hello? So sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. There's just like 9 minutes left. Do you want her to
Yeah.
minutes and then we can go to questions? Or go to questions.
Okay, well, let's just, I'll wrap it up here, Chief, in like 1 minute's time. I just want to say on the final note, I want to establish a clerk of the assembly to make sure that there's someone that's following up on the chief's mandates and making sure that reports are coming in on the progress of those mandates and where they're at for the chiefs. So I'll leave it at that, Chief, and then we'll go right into Q&A.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions? Audrey?
Hi, my name is Audrey Paulus Bomberry. And my question is, how do you plan to engage the chiefs to get them all back working together? And how are you going to include them in decision making?
Thank you, Audrey. Good question. Well, I really think that we need to, first of all, increase communication with the chiefs. I think that that's been one of the things that's been lacking in terms of the discussions and the feedback that I've heard from the chiefs across Canada, is that there's no communications. They don't know what's going on. There's no response to emails. They don't feel included in the decision making. So what I'd really like to do in terms of engaging the chiefs and the leadership is, number one, I'd like to change the whole way how the assembly operates. You know how right now we have the grand entry, we have the elders welcome, the opening prayer, the regional welcome that the chiefs address, the national chiefs address, and then we go into the different reports throughout the day for the 2 days. I want to get right into the mandates on day one. Soon as the national chiefs comments are done, get right into the resolutions and the mandates, day one and day two, and focus on the mandates and get right into the chief's business for both days, and save the reporting and the honoring and the recognition for the last day. Because all of you know what usually happens as a day three, we're omnibusing 20, 30, 40 resolutions all together. And sometimes we don't even get that done because we lose quorum and they have to go to executive. I want to make sure that we're getting right to the work of the chiefs right away. So that's how I plan on engaging the chiefs, is giving them that voice and making sure that we're right down getting right down to business on the chief's mandates and making sure that we're not wasting the chief's time, because many of them invest. It takes like hundreds and thousands of dollars for them to get there. So that's one way I plan on giving them a greater voice, is making sure that we're putting the work first, and then the reports and the recognition and the honorings can go to the last day. But we'll get right into the chief's business, make sure that we're engaging them. I want to increase communications. I want to make sure that the chiefs are properly engaged on all the work that's going on, whether it's water legislation that's being proposed right now, whether it's distinctions-based health legislation, what's being proposed right now. I want to make sure that our chiefs have a say in all of those pieces of legislation that Canada is working on, to make sure our chiefs are leading it, guiding it, and directing that work as we're moving forward. Not Canada dictating, but the chiefs in the driver's seat, making sure that their voices are amplified. So that's how I plan on doing it.
Okay, follow up, Audrey?
Thanks. What I'm looking for is how are you going to engage the chiefs to make them excited to want to be part of the AFN and come back again? And what methods are you going to use is what I'm looking for.
Well, I think that the National Chiefs Office has to reach out to our chiefs. I think we really have to let them know that we're back and that business is back, and that we're not going to waste their times. Reaching out to them personally, letting them know that, hey, what are your thoughts? What are your concerns? What are your issues? What do you think we need to do as moving forward as an organization? And what do you think the priority should be? So I think that's important. I think the National Chiefs Office needs to work directly with the chiefs to make sure that their concerns, not only for regional or for national issues, but even for their own individual nation's needs, like opening those doors with government, making sure if there's an issue around, say, for example, natural resources, that those doors are opening at NRCan, that those doors are opening with ISC or with CERNAC, as they're moving forward in their different relations. So I think that's what our job is, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that they're engaged, to make sure that they're around the table when the decisions are being made, and that their voices are heard, and that they're the ones giving direction. So when they're giving us the mandates, they're engaged, they're participating, but also their voices are being heard, and then in a way empowering them, which is what we do at FSIN right now, which I've done with the last 6 years. Is the Chief Commission on Health and Social Development, they're the ones who get the mandates from. They're the ones who give us direction. They're the ones that are giving us the mandate for us to work on their behalf. So we engage them, get them involved, get their direction, get their input, get their feedback and guidance. And in turn, that's how we empower them. And then they empower the national chief by going to work on their behalf. So that's how I plan on engaging them moving forward. So if that answers your question, Audrey, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Any, Amos?
Yes.
Then Melba.
Good morning. My name is Amos Key Jr. Bihaiho is my real name. I'm a real strong advocate for Indigenous languages, and I don't see anything on your communication here that we were just handed that pulls out language. I know even a government does this. They give a lot of platitudes and pandering. Oh, we support Indigenous languages, but when I see my leadership not saying it or stating it in their literature, I get concerned. I would just hope that maybe your next iteration of your handout here under UNDRIP, you would include Indigenous languages as well. So I just want to suggest that to you, so that you don't become one of those people that just pander and give platitudes in support of Indigenous languages in Canada. Thank you. Yahweh.
Thank you for that direction. And by all means, yes, I know that languages are important. We will add that to underneath my UNDRIP implementation plan. Brianna will do that. I know that we had a resolution there that we were dealing with in Halifax. It did not, the formula did not pass because it did not reach the 60% threshold. But what I really want to press government for is making sure that there's equity across the board in each of our regions, so that what I really get tired of Canada doing is putting money on the table and then we fight over it. I think we really need to push Canada when we take a strong position with our chiefs and with our leadership, is that we need equity for each of our regions. What does each region require in terms of preserving language, protecting languages, making sure that they're important, because I think that that's one of the most important things. And it's a big part of our ceremonies, right? Like all of our ceremonies are centered around languages, our own languages, right? And as we're teaching our young people how to follow our ceremonies and our traditional ways, that language is a key critical part of it. So we'll add that. Thank you for that direction and that feedback. Brianna will make that adjustment on UNDRIP in terms of languages. And that'll be like another sector that we have to work on in terms of making sure that the government is making those critical investments in terms of language preservation and making sure that it's there for future generations. So thank you very much for that direction.
So we'd like to thank you for joining us today, but also good luck running for the Assembly of First Nations National Chief, David.
Well, thank you, Chief, and I want to congratulate you and your council too, on the recent election, and wish you well too in your term. I know leadership is a challenging position at times, and sometimes we're what's the word? It's a thankless job, but I know that at the end of the day, we work our hardest for our people, and we try our best, and we can go to sleep with lay our heads upon our pillows knowing that we've done our best. So I wish you all well in your next term as well, and I hope that you'll consider my candidacy. And I would love to, when I'm national chief, visit your nation and be there to support you as you're moving forward. And let's get the unfinished business done on the Haldeman track. And I'll totally give my support to that too as you're moving forward on that with your nation. Big Rich, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And have a great day, David.
All right. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate the time. Thank you, Chief. Bye.
Okay, we have one last candidate, Cindy Woodhouse, but I don't see she's on yet. And again, we're early. Moving ahead schedule. So first. Yeah, tight ship here. So if everyone, we'll go back to number 8, scheduling. Because I know a lot of us are gone to Iroquois Caucus this week. Is there anybody that can attend? And again, Six Nations Tourism Networking event held on Wednesday, November 29th from 10 till 3. Did you have something, Helen? Okay. So then, yeah, it's just attending from, yeah, support them. Mm-hmm. No. No. Okay. Okay. So, yes, go ahead, Elena.
What is the OECM?
Ontario Education Collaborative Marketplace.
I saw that, but I looked them up online and there's not a lot of information and the things that they do. Like I looked up the facilitator, I guess, the gentleman that sent the email, and I'm not entirely sure what they're looking for.
Go ahead, Helen.
I don't know, when I read it, it's just, the way I'm looking at it, it's talking about kind of like business. Starting a business and, because it's all about sapling in Flint. I'm assuming it's all gonna be about starting a business and different things like that.
The invitation though didn't come from Sapling and Flint. Like I see that Dakota and Jesse are gonna be there, or one of them, and their sister maybe is doing the catering. But this OECM, it sounds like it's a non-native gentleman coming to the area. So I'm just wondering what sort of support, if they're looking for support, are they looking for from this council?
I think they're just looking for council to come in and show up.
Because if you'd like us to look more into it, that would,
I think so,
can do.
because like, if we don't understand what we are supporting, maybe we should do
Well,
that
I'll go
before we
there,
go.
tell them, find out what's going on and come back and tell you.
and it says from Six Nations Tourism.
Yeah.
Six Nations Tourism looks like it's putting it on. Mhm. No,
Best way is to go and find out.
so is everybody okay with it, or would you like me to look further into it? Helen, are you okay with going, or do you need me to look for it? Okay. So Helen and Dale said they could go, and Dale could go for till 2. Is there a mover that they can go? Hazel, seconder? Cynthia? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. Next one, Chiefs of Ontario, Indigenous Service Canada Health Equity Fund Information Session. Indigenous Service Canada will be hosting an information session regarding health equity funding on December 6th from 12:30 till 3 in Ottawa, but also hybrid format is available. I know again that some of us will be at the AFN, Assembly of First Nation, National Nation. Assembly of First Nations. Is there anybody? I was just gonna scoot over. Mhm. Yeah.
I can attend.
Yeah. Are you on the AFN? Okay, so if you're on the AFN, you can go there, it's up to you. So Dean says he's wants to go. Is there a mover for Dean to go? Moved by Audrey, seconder by Leslie, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. Then we have number 3. Assembly, Helen?
I have a special request to go to the AFN on November 4th.
Nope.
Chiefs Committee on Housing is doing a major lobby that day.
So December 4th?
Yeah.
Or
they're doing a major lobby that day, the Monday of the, and it's on the 4th. They're meeting with, I don't know how many different ministers, and they're trying to set up teams with the housing committee and different things. So being as I sit on that committee, I thought I should go. So I would be leaving on Sunday and coming back. I'm not staying for the AFN, I'm coming back.
okay, so you'll be coming back the 5th?
I'll either be coming back that night or the first thing in the morning.
Okay. So we'll have to do 2 because let's do Greg's first. The Six Nations of the Grand River Elected Council Delegate Councillor Greg Fraser to attend the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly and National Chief Election taking place on December 5th to the 7th. And add Leslie to it. Okay, hang on.
Is it, are we having this now, discussion because you weren't on the first time to go?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Who's all going?
Dale?
Who's all going?
Okay, can you raise your hand if you're going to the AFN? Amos, Audrey, Dean,
Holly.
Melba. Melba, are you going? Hazel, are you going? No. Melba, are you going? To the AFN? December 5th to the 7th?
There was already approvals
Yeah.
made last week.
Yeah, but these ones were to added.
I know
But
the
right
whole-
now we have Amos, Audrey, Dean, myself. So you were on there, Melba?
She was on there. I think she was.
So we want to add Greg and Leslie to it. Cynthia?
Yeah, I think we already got more than enough in those, whoever handed out our little rules. I thought it said 2 per these things. Like we got a whole bunch going.
Except for AFN and coup.
I don't know.
Mhm.
It's up to you guys, but I think that's more than enough. I think the big thing is gonna be, the big activity is gonna be this national or this election. Anyway, I went to before, when that's on the
Yeah,
agenda, everything else just kind of slides off.
that's business.
Yeah.
Okay, Brooke, can you just let me know when she comes on? I don't see her yet. Okay, Helen, did you have something? I see your mic
Yeah.
on.
I just, like I said, I'm only going Monday. I'm not staying for the AFN itself.
So have a resolution. Is there a mover or no? For that one's gonna be after this one. This one's for Leslie and Greg.
I'll move it.
Amos, is there a seconder? Dean, all in favor? Anybody opposed? 1, 2, 4 opposed.
Are we opposed?
Yep, 4 opposed.
What are we
3,
opposing?
4
Getting lost here.
for them to go.
For the
Four
new
opposed.
edition, you mean?
Yep.
Oh,
I think so. 1, 2. 8. It was enough. It carried. Okay, now the
Hello?
second. Oh,
I'm opposed.
so that's 5.
okay.
Chief,
5
Yeah.
opposed.
I think it's really, really important how many go, if I remember right, because what you're gonna be doing is voting.
She's
For
voting,
the
not us. There's
future.
only one vote.
Well,
One at a time. Go ahead, Melba.
okay, I remember wrong then, because I remember standing behind
No,
Ava, I believe. And there was very little there.
that's the Chiefs of
So I
Ontario.
understood wrong.
That's the Chiefs of Ontario, Melba.
Oh, okay, I'm getting them mixed up. Thank you.
Okay, here we have some clarity. Go ahead, Brooke.
Okay, so at the original motion for the AFN to go, Chief Sherry Lind is attending, Audrey Palace Bomberry, Dean Hill, and Amos were the original attendees who were all motioned to go.
So that followed the thing. No, we got,
So what is on the floor was Leslie and Greg. And we voted. Yep. And we voted and there was 5 opposed. And who was for that one? Who was in agreement? So 1.
who's in agreement?
Who?
I didn't know what I was doing, so I didn't do anything.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Are you ready? Okay, the delegation for Counselor Greg Fraser and Leslie Green to go to the AFN for December 5th to the 7th. All in favor? Yep. 4. Okay. Oh, not in agreement.
Can I say, Chief, can I have the counselors that are voting against this, the reason why you would not vote for Leslie and Greg to attend?
I can speak to my opposition, and it's because I believe that the 4 that are going is a good dynamic of incumbent counselors, people that are experienced with those of us that maybe aren't and haven't been. And I think that this council has already started to set a precedence of being conscious of saving dollars. So that's why I would everybody should share in the learning and the knowledge. And I think that Dean and Amos is a good fit and they can report back.
Hazel?
From my experience as a counselor, and when Ava was running that one particular year, she asked the whole council to go and support her. Even though we were not there to vote, we were there as a support to her. I think being given the opportunity to have an experience to go to the AFN, as Greg, that would be his first, and for Leslie, like you have to give your counselors a fair chance to get to know these outside happenings, and this is kind of a big issue. So I don't think we should deny anybody that opportunity to learn. So they'll be given the experience and moving forward, you know, have an idea what this is all about. So that's why I'm voting in favor. They're both relatively new counselors. I know Greg was in the last council, but he didn't go to no AFN where they're gonna pick a national chief. And then if Leslie's interested in going, so be it. Let them learn, give them a chance. Thank you.
So it's on the floor. It went 4 in favor, 6 not in favor. So it didn't go through. Unless someone throws it back on the floor.
Not a proper process. You can't be debating and then you called for a motion. It was duly moved, seconded. You asked for those in support and those in opposition. It was duly moved, passed and carried.
It's carried that they won't be going. Great. So next, so I need a just give me 1 second. Can I have someone to waive second reading for under scheduling 1, 2, and 3? Cynthia and Helen, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. So with that, also, Chief, yep, just give me 1 second. Just with that, we're supposed to have our next candidate and she's not attended yet, Cindy Woodhouse, and that was at 11:35. So we'll just keep moving along.
She's in the waiting room.
Okay, she's in the waiting room. Can we add her?
Yeah, I just want to know, everybody know I voted no. The only reason I voted no is because I know when it comes to the election process, there's not a whole lot of business taking place. And there's really no reason to have that many counselors go if they're not doing business.
Okay. Okay. Good morning and welcome, Cindy.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Glad you're able to join us today.
Yeah. Nice
So
to
there's
see
25 minutes and 15 to discuss and to talk about your campaign, and then 10 minutes for question and answer.
Okay.
So the floor is yours.
Sorry. Thank you. And thank you for welcoming me here today. Give me just 1 second. Sorry. I'm just trying to fix one thing. I'm so sorry about that. My mother's here and I said, be quiet. But I want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I know it's Monday morning. I know you've probably had a long morning already. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Cindy Woodhouse. I'm currently the regional chief here in Manitoba. I'm on a leave of absence right now, and I've got Chief Sheldon Kent in my place. I want to thank the Six Nations Council to meet with you. I know that there's so much to discuss. I know that there's a lot of issues that you face in your community, even though the rest of probably First Nations look to your community and we think of you as the Hollywood of First Nations. Like you've always been very progressive, and a couple of times this weekend, people had brought up how progressive your community is. But at the same time, I know that with growth, you need housing, water, infrastructure. And, I'll always be here as an ally to try and help you to get those things for your community. And, I just wanted to say that off the bat. And I want to thank whoever, I hope that, I know that we prayed here this morning. So I want to thank our people for praying for us all the time. And I want to thank the elder for opening us up in a good way today. I'm running for national chief because it's been a long time coming. I think I don't know if I ever thought that I would run for it. I didn't even know that I would run for regional chief, but I've always supported former chiefs. My first chief was a Cree leader in Manitoba. It was a grand chief here, and then the prime minister at that time was Paul Martin. He'd asked me to come and work with them in their government, but I decided that I would stay with our own people. And ever since I was 15, I've always worked for our own people, and our different leaders. I've worked for Perry Bellegarde. I worked for 6 years helped him with government relations and First Nations relations, and I traveled with him day in, day out, and it was a grueling 6 years. So I know what lies ahead, and it was always to make sure that First Nations, that we got investments, and year after year we made sure that we worked on budgets and budget submission, and they're really political in Ottawa. But you have to work with all political parties. You have to work with everybody there to put, when Six Nations, for instance, I know that you probably have big budget asks that you need to close some of your gaps within your community. And those should be put together now and submitted very soon, probably. And I know that AFN does their lobbying as well. But you have to lobby these ministers to make sure that they're putting these investments where they should every March, every time they do a budget cycle in Ottawa. And so that's kind of what I did for, 5 years before that. I worked for also Sean Atleo under a conservative government, and it was a very difficult, it was difficult. And I used to feel bad for the national chief because during the Harper days, every door was shut. And of course, that Idle No More was born out of that because people were so frustrated. At the same time, I'm glad that First Nations, stuck together then. No matter how hard it was, people tried to support each other. And so I know that there's been investments over the past number of years. We have to continue to push for investments to get those out to First Nations people. And I'd like to continue to start lobbying for that and advocating the Senate, Parliament, and the ministers that be, and most importantly, the bureaucracy, because whether we like it or not, those people are stuck there for 30 years. So we have to build the relationships with them. I've built relationships with many of them already. One of my first things as national chief will be go to Privy Council, because he's the one, the new person that's there. I'd sent him a letter and I congratulated him. And, he wants to meet. I'm not ready to meet him yet, but I'll hopefully meet him if I'm elected. And but he pushes the doors of government. He pushes every single government agency, every single minister. He kind of pushes what's going to happen within government. So I'm glad to have built a relationship with him, and I'm glad that he's agreed to meet. And so we have to take those things seriously, whether or not we like to work with government. I always think that our people depend on us for it. When it comes to policing, of course, I want to push for long-term predictable funding on that. That's going to be one of my first pieces right away, is to go after the government and say, we need police services, but we need it from a First Nations lens, not with you guys dictating how to do that. Of course, they're wanting to do, they've been bugging, and I've been kind of pushing them off, and they want me to do what we did in child welfare. I was the lead negotiator there. They kind of want to mimic that and do policing as an essential service. But not if they're not willing to have those conversations with our chiefs on jurisdiction and our communities on jurisdiction. I think that's the first starting point, but that'll be something I'll have to talk with the minister shortly thereafter. And I think that they need to come in a good way. And if they really want to co-develop legislation, then actually co-develop it, not write it and send us the copy later, just like what happened with water legislation. And I told Minister Haidu this. I said, I had to go above her again, and I went right to the Prime Minister's office and Privy Council, and I said, that legislation cannot be introduced, the water legislation. I said, First Nations will be in a frenzy, will be irritated by it. You can't write stuff and then submit it and then come to us after the fact. You have to talk to our people ahead of time. And so there was strong voices across the country. We brought all those strong voices together, Phil Fontaine and Chief Linda DeBossegay and other people together to try and look through that legislation, because they're still pushing it, right? They want a First Nations water agency, but we put some of those specialists in the room to try and fix that legislation to make sure that it's acceptable to First Nations, at least give it a chance for our chiefs to say yes. The way that it was written right off the bat was not good for our people. And we have to do that. We have to be, I think that's what the AFN is, and as national chief, you have to have a bird's eye view of what's happening and to stop things that will infringe on our rights, which leads me to the next one on the Métis issue. And I know that they're sending, in Manitoba here, there's another Métis group. I know you have issues in Ontario. British Columbia is also, very not happy about the Métis issue. And I think that, we have to step up. The legal analysis is being done, thank goodness. I hope it's done sooner than later. But it's that could erode our rights. And I think that, even though we have members that, like for instance, here in Manitoba here, and this is the first time that I'm going to say it, but I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it after I'm national chief. There are members that are Anishinaabe, just like me, and there's people that are Cree, but then they end up calling themselves another Indigenous group. And I don't like the word Indigenous, but they call themselves another Indigenous group. But they really are First Nations people that have been left off, our band list many, many years ago. And I think that we have to have a frank discussion with this country on the membership of First Nations people, and that they quit trying to use the Indian Act to put it down our throats, to take away our rights every time we have a baby. And so all that stuff needs to be worked out. I know the ministers now started a table on that. And, I said, well, you have to make sure that you do it in a good way and that First Nations are leading that. So I think they're finally getting it a little bit, and First Nations across the country are starting to do some of that work on going out to the communities and, how does membership look? Well, give it back to our people, right? At the end of the day. So I'll leave that one there, but I just wanted to touch on a few things. As you know, may or may not know, I haven't met some of you, but I was the lead negotiator for the child welfare settlement, and that was a pretty tough thing to settle. We had, we went in a good way, and of course it just, using our elders, we used a lot of our elders to pray for us. And I really think that's how we got through it. I lift up people who had started off this work in 2007. I really lift, and who carried it on year after year. I just uplift all of you, all of our people. At the same time, we've now finished 23 billion. That's why I couldn't announce my candidacy right away, because, I had to finish that work. I couldn't leave those people hanging. And I wanted to go to court and make sure that we did that in a good way and that we got it done. And thankfully, the judge was pretty quick. The next day, she stamped it, and we've got 23 billion coming out to many of our community, many of our people. This will affect your community as well. And you're such a big community, you're going to need your own navigators. All these things have to be worked out. It's a massive file. It's a massive undertaking. But it signals to these kids and these young people that they've been wronged through the child welfare system and through the narrow application of Jordan's principle. So Six Nations, probably by this time next year, there's going to be band members at your door asking you where their settlement is, because there'll be a lot of them that are eligible, plus their parents or their grandparents. So it's a big file, it's a big issue, but we still have 19.8 billion left on the table with that. And 19.8 billion, there's 2 billion for housing in there. And I know that Six Nations will benefit from that yet again, and other First Nations across the country. And I know that it's going to be a tough discussion on long-term reform, but I want to secure this 19.8 billion before there's a next election. And then we can fight, we can have discussions about, I don't want to say fight about it, but we will eventually have to have discussions on who's getting what and all that. I get that. But I want to work with the government to secure that money in a fund right away, right off the bat. Well, we have these discussions right across the country, because I don't want, another, a government to come in and then that's off the table and they take that 19.8 billion away from us. And it just worries me, right? And I just, I know that it's going to be a hard system to fix, but what we have now in child welfare is not working for our people. We have to find a new way of bringing them home and making sure that they have homes to come home to, and infrastructure, and we need to get on that work. So I know that bigger than that though as well, I talked to the Prime Minister recently. I was at the United Nations in New York City, and I took Dr. Wilton Littlechild with me, and we went to the United Nations, and then we of course got a chance to talk to all these different people. But I did see the Prime Minister there, and I said, I know that you're having a huge housing discussion in Canada. I said, you can't just focus on Indigenous housing, which means they just, whomever, wherever. I said, it has to come to our First Nations communities and onto our lands. And you need to make sure that we have an investment in that. And I was disappointed last week when I seen their economic statement that First Nations are not front and center on that when we have gaps to close to 2030. And he had committed to that at that time, but it's something that I also want to talk to him about, to say, if you're investing in housing, you cannot forget our First Nations people. So I guess in closing off, I know that also with languages funding, I've never seen that in assembly where we had one chief off. The room was absolutely split with one chief to another chief, and it failed. Languages funding. I think we could have done that in a different way in assembly. I think we could have had all the strong chiefs that were on this languages funding. We could have put them in the back room the night before, like we did on child welfare. All the chiefs came together when we had 5 resolutions competing. We went into one room for the night before and we came out with one resolution. I think we could have done that for languages funding. And, the government was right there taking notes. Seriously, there was I've seen a whole many of them. And we need to have those discussions in private sometimes when it's divisive like that, and when there's not enough money on the table, that we have those, and either we reject it outright or we have a discussion and come to a common understanding and we come out with one united resolution. That's the AFN I would like to see. When there's contentious things, that we go in the back room and then we can go argue it out there and come out with a better, one united statement. And people have to give and take in those things. But there's specialists there that help all the time. We brought in, a judge when we were working on the child welfare, when there was 5 competing resolutions, and we walked out of there with one, and people were united and everybody was happy all the way around. And everybody gave and took a little bit. And I think that's what we have to do with each other. But at the end of the day, we're all working together. And, I guess just to close off, healthcare. I know that the premiers are constantly meeting on that, and and they invited First Nations. So they happened to be in Manitoba in August. So we went, and they're very disrespectful. And I'll say this because the premiers, they invite First Nations to the table and other groups of people, Métis, Inuit, all these other people. And they put us at the little kiddie table the day before, and we had a 2-hour meeting with the premiers, and then they kick us out of the room. And they kick out the media out of the room. Then they really talk about 46 billion in health, and they're using every one of your numbers in our numbers, and we're not at that table, and we need to continue to push. And I'm so happy though that that we got through an election here that was very, very I'm just gonna say it, racist. It was really tough to be in, you know, a suburb house where I live, and I grew up on Reserve, but I now live in Winnipeg, and having to receive hateful literature in my mailbox every day was really hard as a First Nations person. And I just have to say that I uplift, you know, Wab Canoe for becoming our premier, and it was
Sorry
not
to
easy.
interrupt you, Cindy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Are we done?
Have about 9 minutes left. Is there any questions? For Cindy? You have one? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi Cindy, it's Greg Fraser here. Because I know that you've negotiated these deals at a very high level. I like your take on child welfare and also languages too. I think that's you know, of all the candidates, I think you brought that forward, which was good, and it's very important. As you know, we're trying to get a school built here for our Mohawk and Cuba students, and we've had 2 failed attempts at applying for funding, and I think that's really important. That it's I don't know if it's infrastructure, education, or a combination of both. But it's, as you know, this government is going to probably change. And then Pierre Poilievre will probably come in. Is your tact going to change at all? Because it'll be more of a conservative government. Like you said before, the Harper government really ignored us on purpose. And do you have a different tact for that if that change happens?
So as long as it stays with us. Absolutely. We have to, number one, we have to build relationships within the conservative government, within the party itself, within the members of parliament. We have to work with every government because, you know, our inherent rights are not with any other party. It's, you know, our inherent rights are with us. And I think that we have to build those relationships. Like I said, we have to make sure that.
Hello, Cindy.
Yeah.
Let you know again, just a reminder that we are live. Just let you know.
Okay. But we do, thank you. But we do have to work with all political parties. We have to make sure that, you know, that they're going to need us. So if they want to grow this country, that they have to talk to First Nations, because every single piece of land that we're all standing on, no matter where you are, in a city or a town, or no matter where in this country, that you're on Indian land. And you know, every millionaire and billionaire has made their wealth off of our people and our people's lands. And, you know, I think that we have to do a lot of education. I also think that we have to do interactions with all these people, as we always have. We always have done that, even passing bills like languages legislation and stuff. When we were lobbying for those in the House of Commons, we went to every party. We have to continue to do that. We have to continue to go, you know, meet with these leaders. I know Pierre, you know, Pierre's team reached out before. I will reach out to him perhaps afterwards, and to try and build those relationships, because at the end of the day, that's what it is, relationship building with everybody. So.
Is there any other questions? I have a question. If elected, what steps do you plan to take regarding Bill C-53? And what actions will you prioritize and how?
Well, Bill C-53, I'm sure you've heard this already, and I was talking to some of the MPs already, and every single political party is going to be supporting Bill C-53. So I think that number one, we need a legal opinion, and we're going to need to serve the government of Canada once we have that legal opinion, and make sure that we write to them. And unfortunately, I think that we're going to have to go to court on some of this stuff, on some of these laws that they're trying to pass through. And I think that if it's going to pass through, I think that if it passes through the House of Commons, that we've got to lobby the Senate to ask them to partner with us. And we have to lobby them, because this is discrimination on all of us. Every time one of us, each of you men have a child, or you women have a child, our people have children, you know, they ask us about membership. Okay, well, prove that that this child is, you know, from this band. Well, then that's discrimination because again, yet again, and they'll use another Indigenous group and they don't have to declare that. And I think that that's wrong, and we have to speak to the Senate now. I think if once it passes through Parliament, I heard it's going to pass in December, then we have to all go to the Senate and we have to work together in a good way to tell these people and explain the discrimination that they're creating once again, that will end up in court once again.
Okay. Any other questions? No. Okay, you have 3 minutes. Did you want to add anything, Cindy?
Just
Or-
the only thing that I want to commit, I've never been to the Six Nations of the Grand River. I would, my first 100 days, I would love to have an invite to come and see your community. You know, if you so choose me as your ex-national chief, and I want to uplift everybody else as well that is running. You know, these running nationally, it takes a lot of thinking, and I'm just so happy to be here. I'm so humbled that I'm able to even sit amongst you and talk to you today. So I want to thank you for that. I look for your support on December the 6th, and I'll be in Ottawa, and I hope that a few of you join us, and if you'd wear my t-shirts, that would be the best thing ever. And most importantly, your vote. Yeah. But I know you have to decide that. So.
Okay, thank you. And if you are elected, you're welcome. Please come to Six Nations.
I would love to. I've never been, and I'm gonna tell you one funny story though. So I go to this church service. I don't go often, right? But ended up in a church service this weekend. I don't know. But I'm gonna tell you because I'm gonna be honest with you. So this pastor, he comes from Ontario, and he's a real fiery guy, like real fiery pastor. And he says, you know, those people at the Six Nations, they have marijuana shops on every corner. And he was like upset about it, right? And then someone says, well, I think that they're progressive, right? It was just an interesting conversation amongst all these older people talking about it, and how progressive Six Nations is. And then another one comes in and he says, yeah, he goes, they're the Hollywood of our people. He was like, they have everything. And I said, yeah, they do. I said, but I think they still need some help. So people look up to your community. They really look up that you guys have everything, and that you're the Hollywood of First Nations. It's the first I heard of it this weekend. So kind of interesting.
Yes. Thank you for joining us today. And again, good luck running for Assembly of First Nations National Chief.
Thank you. Take care.
Have a great day.
Can I say something?
Yep. Helen?
I'm feeling like I neglected, I should have, actually, the lobbying on housing is the chief's committee on housing, so I'm thinking maybe the chief should be going to lobby with them.
Okay.
I'm only sitting there as Mark Hill's alternate. And I'm only there until we decide what we're doing with committees. I don't know, so I should have asked you to go, because it is the chief committee. And I would probably like it better if you went, because then I don't have to go.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yeah,
I
that's
can
fine.
give you
I'll
the
just-
info.
Yeah, just give me the info and then I'll figure it out with my schedule.
Okay.
Okay, let's keep moving along. We did the minutes. Let's go back to number 6, Indigenous rights and research. We're on recommendation from consultation and accommodation process team. Whereas consultation and accommodation process team provides a monthly report to Six Nations of the Grand River Elected Council, to political liaison on their activities that is accepted as information. Is there any questions regarding that was handed out? Yeah, so it's in your package. So it's just your briefing note, political liaison, the CAT team activity report for October and November 2023. What do you want to say? Any questions? Because again, this is just for information. Did Peter or Taylor, did you want to add anything, or Phil? No?
No, I don't think so. I mean, there's a column now to show what MOUs and agreements are being worked on, so that's just been highlighted. And then, so that would just be from what, October 17th, I believe, to November 17th, I think. So just before the briefing notes are due for the political liaison. So it covers that, and then the next month will cover the end of October and December. So that's why it's stated as 2 months.
Okay. Have a question, Elena?
Is it not standard practice for the presenters of this to go over it briefly? Because the community doesn't get this, right? Like, this isn't given out to the community.
Sure. If you guys can go over it quickly. Peter, if you're, there you go.
Sure, I'll just give you some selections. I'll start actually with the first one, which is a meeting we had with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing about the Greenbelt and boundary expansions. As council is aware, the Greenbelt reversals have themselves been reversed. So all that land that was expected to go out of the belt is coming back in. More substantial in some ways is for the Haldeman tract, at any rate, is their decision to reverse boundary expansions. Number of municipalities like Waterloo Region, Hamilton made decisions not to expand their urban boundaries, and that was overruled by the province. And now the province has backtracked on that. So as I say, certainly as far as acreage on the Haldeman tracts, that's even a more valuable win. We had a really good meeting with the ministry and decided we're going to have regular meetings going forward. Municipal affairs is especially important because they're behind the provincial policy statements and really govern a lot as far as both private and public land use and consultation. A couple others, we've had regular meetings with Ontario Power Generation, for which we have a capacity funding agreement. Some meetings with the Grand River Conservation Authority. Continued meetings on the Ontario Place development, as well as another Toronto development that's using the former airport lands in Downsview. Metrolinx was talking to us about some potential projects, especially Go Service, which might be we might actually get some Go train service that's closer to the res. One important meeting I'd like to highlight is with Norfolk County. We have not received development applications from them in the past, and coming out of this meeting, they've agreed to start sending us all their development applications, and they've already begun doing so. And I think I'll leave that there. Just relatively minor things like speaking with Hagersville about their servicing master plan, that sort of thing. A couple more quarry conversations, and that's what I'd say is the highlight reel for this past month.
Okay, thank you. I have a question, Cynthia?
Yeah, it's more general in nature, and it was a question that was put to me and by a member where the community member and their family go to Bing, the conservation area Bing. That's where they go for their family picnics every year. And the person in charge, the lady in charge down there, it seemed they don't have to pay. There's a fee you have to pay to go into that area, but they didn't have to pay. And then as luck would have it, this past year when they went to go, the lady wasn't there. So then they had to speak to someone else. Oh no, you got to pay. And well, they made a fuss about it. And at the end of the day, the manager of the park, or I'm not sure what the titles are, came and said, oh no, they're correct. This is their land. they do not have to pay. So when they went out, they all got their money back, but the member asked, is that the situation up and down the Grand to the lake? Because there's all manner of conservation areas, parks along the way that our members should be able to enjoy without fee. And she gave an example. She thought at Mohawk Park, our people had to pay to get in. I don't know, but I will find an opportunity, and that sounds like a good opportunity for this group to bring that up. So,
Nathan, did you want to comment?
Yeah, there was some advocacy back in 2010, 11 at Ontario to make an exemption for all First Nations attending conservation areas, not to pay the fee and to waive the fee. It's sporadic and it's not necessarily always implemented at these conservation authorities, but I do attend quite a bit. I walk my dog at a lot of them, all the way from Milton, Hamilton, and all I do is just show my status card and is way me on through. So that's something we can even perhaps get some information off the community about as well.
Follow up.
maybe,
Go ahead, Cynthia.
maybe just follow up too with the Mohawk Park. If they don't know this, then they should be made to know it. Thanks.
Did you want to add anything, Peter, to that?
Yes, from the conservation authorities that we've dealt with, we understand that generally is technically a fee for First Nations. The workaround is if you're there for harvesting per treaty rights, there will not be a charge.
Nathan?
Yeah, Peter, just to correct you on that, the Chiefs of Ontario did the exemption. So that's for all conservation authorities all across Ontario. So you might want to double check on that, but I can send you the paperwork to back that up.
Yeah, that'd be much appreciated, Nathan, because yeah, we periodically have questions from community members about this, and the stance we've gotten from the CAs is technically yes, but the workaround. So that's I'll look forward to receiving that, and be good if we can get across the board then on the CAs, so community members are never hassled about this in the future.
And once we get all the information, can we put that out to the community, please? Cynthia?
Yeah. Just one more question. I just see here on the Pickering nuclear. What is the plan for the waste disposal? I know in different areas of the country where they have these nuclear generation plants, it's a big hot potato. What's the plan there?
For what's being looked at for nuclear waste solution, both for Ontario and generally across the province, is 2 different sites in Ontario, both quite a bit north of here. There's supposed the Nuclear Waste Authority is supposed to make a decision this year, whether it would be kind of out Kincardine way or closer to the Sioux.
Okay, if there's no other questions, can I have a mover to accept his information? Move. Okay. Audrey?
Along with what Cynthia is saying, we have to really keep our eye on nuclear waste. There are companies that are asking that First Nations put it on their territory, and some of the First Nations have. But when we're talking about tectonic plates, unstable land, they're putting it, so they say 600 feet below the ground. But that stuff lasts forever. And if they're tectonic plates that shift, we're looking for big problems. And most of these things are trying to get near First Nations. So we have to keep our eye on this. And no one from our territory should be accepting anybody putting nuclear waste on Six Nations. And I wonder how we can make sure that that happens.
Is there comment, Peter?
Well, 2 ways. As I say, they finalized it to 2 different sites in Ontario. Neither is necessarily Six Nations territory. The Kincardine, it would be Nanfan Treaty territory. But the way we divvy it up amongst brother and sister nations is that that would be out of our jurisdiction because it's west of Woodstock. But certainly if council wishes to make a statement, they can of course pass something just emphasizing that there is no interest whatsoever for any kind of nuclear waste to be on Six Nations territory.
Okay. All right. Again, is there a mover to accept this information? Elena, moved by Melba. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. Okay, thank you. So let's go to number 7, council reports. Meetings attended. So we have the first one, that the Six Nations of the Grand River Council accept the verbal or written report from councilors who attended the ISK joint gathering that was held in Toronto on November 15th and 16th. Is there anyone that has their ready? Audrey? While you're finding, I'll go to Elena. Go ahead, Elena.
I apologize. I don't have a device yet to generate a report, but I see it says verbal, so I can give you a verbal. I appreciate the opportunity to have gone to the ISK joint gathering. I also appreciate that the table took every step to make that as financially conscious as possible. And I think it was also a great exercise in maybe team building because there was some carpooling and things going on. What I found interesting was that a lot of the reviews, I guess, from here and others is that a lot of it seems pointless and they tell us the same things over and over again every year. So I'm wondering, how do we go about possibly changing that? Like, is there anything that we can do? And in the future, maybe, I know this was a learning experience, so maybe not so many of us go if that is in fact the case. But a lot of the things that I heard from those that stood up and spoke, which were mostly elected chiefs and I guess a few technicians, but a lot of people there spoke, including our representation, really passionately about the problems that exist in communities. And my hope is that it didn't fall on deaf ears, but from the reviews from people, like it does. But we all have the same issues. It seems like we're all fighting the same battles. So it was a good learning experience. I think a lot of it was eaten up by obviously the issues that we all face, and the Métis issue, I think, was one of the biggest things that we heard there from communities, that everybody is against having our funding split. And that's what was told to us by the ministers or executive assistants to the ministers that we saw, that in one case, it's 25% of a pot that's going to Métis. So, I mean, that's a huge issue. So I'll prepare a written report for sure, and there'll be more in there, but that's briefly my verbal report.
Okay, great. Audrey, did you find it? Okay, go ahead, Audrey.
Yeah. Well, I take minutes as they're talking, so there's a couple mistakes here and there, but I'll straighten those out before I send it to you. I attended the Chiefs of Ontario Fall Assembly, and it went from.
We're just on the ISK one.
Oh, the ISK one.
Yeah, on the ISK joint gathering. We're on that one first.
Okay,
Did you
wait till we do this one?
Okay, go ahead. Head Cynthia, then Greg.
Okay, just a highlight, I went on the 16th to this ISK joint gathering. And I just note the focus was, or the banner for it was, to strengthen relationships, define priorities, and celebrate joint accomplishments. So it was big on, I'd say, strengthening relationships. That is with the folks that attended, the representatives that I attended. I had opportunity to meet a lot of people I hadn't seen in years. And of course, we're all share the same concerns. And what some of the people that I spoke with related was how strong things were. That is, they were from divergent parts of Ontario, the North 33 area. But in spite of those differences, what the focus had been in how we were successful in moving anything were the commonalities. And when there were these presenters, I went the one day, they were big on, for example, the first was this associate director from the Ministry of Health on mental health and addictions, this Michael Tibolo, I think is how you pronounce it. Anyways, Tibolo went on, of course, he's doing the report card, all puffed up like a show dog for all the initiatives in Ontario. So that that was their report card. But where it's more telling, of course, is once they finish the government representatives finish their presentation, or all the questions that when people come forward. And sure enough, and it was the same across Ontario, pretty well, for everything dominated was homelessness, mental health, addictions dominated the discussion, and the frustration, the fear, and hopelessness that's expressed by the different folks, both political, technical, from the various communities. And sure enough, there are some programs, there are some initiatives, but not nearly enough. And the minister spoke with great pride about a center of excellence they're putting together based on best practices, that sort of thing, which is great. However, the problem is there isn't enough. And when these folks spoke in their communities, it's way too far for them to go to access things like this center of excellence. Well, we suffer the same thing here, even though we're closer to urban centers, we suffer the same. That was that particular presentation. It was followed by, there's a youth council, and the male and the female in particularly, they were sharing again those same expressions without repeating it all. But one of the things that struck me from the male youth, and when he was speaking, was about, he started to say the Métis Nation, and he goes, hold up, I don't even want to call them that. They're more the Métis Corporation. And as a young fella, he gave an example of why he was so concerned. And he said, here they are, these Métis, he said, they have instant membership. And I got a little guy, he's got to wait till he's 2, till he can have membership. And how they're talking about them being able to enter into treaties. Like, how is that possible? Like, they don't even have any land. Anyways, that was part of what he was saying. And then when some of the other, I think it was particularly in Couchiching, Grand Peril, chief there, got up. And of course, they're all, this concern about the Métis was echoing. You could hear it on almost every presentation. And part of the concern is also, not only is we're a National Métis Association, but even the National Métis Association has concern because there's all these little Métis groups bringing up all over the place. And as somebody shared here last week, there's even 2 along the Grand River that I didn't know. But everybody and their uncles jumping up now that they're Métis, and these are concerns that were expressed. In any event, what we did, the Six Nations Council reps, in our lunch, we met And we talked about those concerns being expressed, and a concern expressed by another one of the, I think from the Treaty 3 areas, they were so frustrated because they reiterated the concerns expressed by the youth, is like, what happened to the honor of the crown? Which was sort of a catalyst for the discussion we had. And again, it seems like, the buses went, there were demonstrations in Ottawa, but the government is marching forward intent on making legislation, Bill 53, to become legislation. So now it seems like there's no stopping them. So what we had discussed here is an opportunity for the chief and the other counselors to do the networking with other political leadership in attendance to see what is the appetite, if they mean to have their way, for as one of these candidates, I can't remember which one said, is maybe there needs to be legal action against the government, because there's not, if you remember way back with education, and remember Bill C-31, there was a concern that we don't have enough money for our own members as it is. And then you're introducing this, and for a while it was like, there will be no loss, no gain. And sure enough, for a little while, they had a separate little education pot, and that went the way of the dodo bird. So that's one of the big fears here, is one is, and another one of those candidates this morning, I can't remember which one, spoke about the Section 35 of the Constitution, and they're expanding those rights. And remind everyone, it wasn't the Canadian government giving us any kind of inherent right. We have that. What that document does is recognize something we have, which that would be the brunt of our big concern, is the Métis folk don't have that inherent right. They don't have land. Anyways, that was a long to do about my 1 day visit, but I did find it helpful just to hear our concerns are shared. Then you can see there's always like, not that any issue is small, but there's always like a big picture, smaller picture, but it gives you insight into the bigger picture and what networking can we have to make our time there effective and efficient. So it was good in that respect.
Good. Greg?
Yeah, to Cynthia's point, I think that was Cindy Woodhouse. She's strong in the legislative legal part of her work, and she's a good negotiator. But the thing is, to your point about I would say what I took back from the ISK presentation was, I always try to get a take home message. And the message that I got was there was a large increase in urban funding. Large increase to me in urban funding. I went up to that deputy minister, I forget his name now, and asked him about the stats. He said he had stats about other funding that he said during the meeting. But I said, with that particular section of urban funding, do you have the breakdown of Métis, could you call it Indigenous, self-identified First Nations? He says, oh no, we don't usually do that because, that's almost discriminatory in a way. But anyway, the thing is that he didn't have the fund, he didn't have the data. So so you can see the direction of the government and where they're going. And that's what I pulled out of that 1 day there. The other thing that I pulled out was the last day. I know like a lot of the people had to leave because I had been speaking with Darren, our police chief, and he gave a presentation at the end of the day. All the police chiefs that were there, I think there were 7 or 8 of them across Ontario. And of course, they brought up the jurisdictional issues. They brought up also funding issues, and also they brought up the stress level because of working in their own communities. And all of these seem to be a commonality, and whether it was in the north or the south, they did seem to, all the policing they had the same issues that we had. The other thing too is they talked about, they did have the same issues in terms of eviction as well as, and they use a no-touch policy, and they try to engage community members and similar to our situation. So just a lot of these issues that we see were, I guess, pretty much province-wide in terms of the policing. So I thought that was quite informative.
Okay, anybody else, anyone else? Audrey?
Yes, I'll try to touch on some of the things that the other ones didn't touch on. Glenn Hare did a good job in introducing the topics and the people.
Are you on Chiefs of Ontario?
Yes.
No, we're still on.
No, Indian Affairs.
Oh, the Indian Affairs part?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess there are reports, funds are out where the funding is allocated and what was achieved, and they want nation to nation relationships. People are concerned about the 10-year grant agreements. What's going to happen in year 11, 12, etc. Service delivery is one of ISK's focus, and they've secured 700 status cards. Quite proud of that. And this KNet, they have nurse connectivity to provide nurses to the internet at no cost. And housing is one of the top issues in 2022. ISK helped build 120 homes for First Nations. And the budget continues until 2026, 27. And 120 homes is not very much. That wouldn't even help out Six Nations, let alone that community of 500. So housing is a really big topic. And we had that Hoyos, what's his first name? Christopher Hoyo said that the government said they'd be setting up a table on housing. And Ford says there'll be more housing dollars coming to First Nations on reserves. So the Chiefs of Ontario is going to look into that. And there's all kinds of questions asked about it, and about the First Nations have regional agreements. What kind of money was saved from this? The Youth Council will help with the drug issue. And they said there's lots of money out there. And also for land-based dealing with addictions. Michael O'Brien wants to work nation to nation. He's the new ADG. We let him know that we want a nursing home here on Six Nations. He said that $3.2 billion goes to the First Nations and organizations and health authorities. And we have the chief from R. Donald Miracle. He says the licenses drive the capital for long-term care. And for approval for long-term care, you have to demonstrate where the funding is coming from. AFN also was reported to say that they need $100 billion to deal with housing in First Nations. And they're not really fond of this trilateral housing committee, but Michael O'Brien said they're forming one, and he will come to Six Nations if we invite him. The other part was now on. Oh, it's the wrong one. Trying to find the right one here. That went to the 16th, right? November 16th?
Yes.
A second, I gotta go and find it again. Okay, this other note is on the youth, the youth council spoke. Housing is needed, youth need to come home from university or college, so they're trying to entice kids to come home and work, and I think it's the same thing that Six Nations is trying to do. To make sure that we have people who are well-trained, well-educated, but that they come home and give some service back to the community. Mental health and addictions. There are no treatment centers. We have Native Horizons, but we need to have a treatment center that helps the member get off the substance abuse, what they're doing, whether it's alcohol, opioids, or cannabis. The youth need funding for land-based learning, and that's true here for Six Nations as well. And the treatment center needs to have support of the families, agencies, and the community, and they also need a place to live. And we have to make sure that we have aftercare for our culture to live on after the treatment center. So what next after 6 months, after a year? In order for them not to go back into their old habits, they have to have a place to live, especially the people who are late teens, early adults. Oh, Treaty 3 is focused on the environment. They're watching the nuclear sites being issued for nuclear waste and where it goes. One of the youth members, Caitlin Peters from Chiming, Manitoulin Island, the youth need a plan to become a police officer and seek money for more police officers for the human rights. Métis should not be included in funding meant for First Nations people. The Métis Federation of Manitoba do not support the Ontario Métis. They use the word environment to include the Métis. Youth activities appropriate for youth are needed and to keep kids busy. And that means sports, outdoor education, all that sort of stuff. We need to take the youth on the land, give them paths to become a police officer, doctor, military schools, whatever they want to be. We need to seek core funding for youth groups. They want to sit with our elders and at youth conferences. So we have to give them more of a role to play. And I think we need to have a youth. We've talked about having youth on this council before, and I think we do have to go through that. And I think we should be meeting with our youth council on the reserve. We should know who they are and how we can assist them. It should be integrated. And the ORC, Glenn Hare, he said the government wants to sit down with the Métis and talk about their treaties. And he said Métis don't have any land and they don't have any treaties. And he also, and we all think the same way, we don't want them cutting into our funding that we are getting now, but it's happening. Funding is being decreased all over the place, and we should probably get a handle on that and keep that data so we can fight to get it all back and more. It's probably will be looking for ways to break our treaties. The honor of the crown, according to Glenn, is not happening. Bill C-53 have not talked to the First Nations with treaties, so they haven't even approached their home territories. Treaties are alive and still strong and are spiritual for us. Close directions came from our treaties. We are the rightful landowners, and Canada signed a treaty with us. The British Crown signed with us. The spirit and intent is legally binding on our treaties. And basically, that's a lot of the parts that weren't included. Okay, yeah, great. Okay, if there's no other one, then we'll have, if there just be written. To written part, Melba?
I'll just mention a couple of areas. When it was mentioned that youth, where's the youth? Who brought youth to this meeting? Well, what I took away is stats on youth here at Six Nations. How many youth are charged? How many overdosed? How many passed away as a result of overdoses and the drug situation? What is the plan of the elected council for a treatment center? Given the information from Wayne Stopps that he can't find information left by the CEO, Darren Jameson. Are we just going to continue to accept that, or are we as council going to further take action concerning the drugs on Six Nations? So what I'm saying is Zach needs to possibly give us the stats on the youth in all these areas that drugs take effect with our youth. And the next one, if I can find it, is health transformation. I attended the concurrent session. Abby Robinson, senior manager for FNIB, reported that 8.4 million is needed for community capacity support and health integration funding 23 and 24 will support the team directly with community. Next year, she says, transfer will happen with the Ontario region. And external indirect dollars are invested. She said the challenge is where community stands on self-government. And what I'm saying is invite the ministers, Candace and Telfor, Negotiation and Reconciliation Division of Indigenous Affairs, Ontario, to discuss health transfer. Because I don't know about you, but I don't understand all of this. How are we going to be transferred? What's our input? What is going to happen to us? So I thought I'd share that, but I have a whole bunch here. I think I've topped Arliss with writing notes here concerning the report. This is just on the first day. I don't have anything written for myself or yourself to understand what else I'm saying, but I had great notes here if you agree with them once you compare it with mine. So those two areas need to be, as far as I'm concerned, looked into immediately. Thanks.
Okay. Hazel?
I just want to make a comment about this ISK joint meeting or gathering. First and foremost, I think their sound system in that place is not good. That it's almost like you can pick up here a little bit and then it's gone again. It's people walking around. It just seems like everything's it's not a good setting. But I want to focus on the health transformation discussions. I know that Six Nations needs to set forth their own ideas on health transformation as it pertains to us, and for us to write our own health situation that is suitable for Six Nations. I just see all of these topics when you go to these events, they're the same thing over and over and over. And then you wonder, well, where the heck is the follow-up? And it doesn't happen. It just keeps being you could go to a meeting like this year, you'll go next year and it'll be the same topics. We need to have progress in terms of, like, say, for the mental health, the addictions and all of that. Let's see progress from these where we now are in talks to establish our own healing center, talks to converse with our police. Like, I know I seen there down there, and I knew he was going to give a discussion. Like, I think we need to converse with our own people locally here so that these topics that are hitting down there, that we're progressing to work together to get what we need here, instead of it just being a topic that you talk about this year, next year you go back and it's going to be the same topic. I know we all need funding, and that's another thing that all of us together needs to work on together. I'm still at a loss as to that funding that GRE. I don't know where we stand on that. Seems like we've talked about that issue over and over again too. And then you still wonder, well, where is it? When can we start making progress, as opposed to sitting and just talking and not seeing anything happen? It can apply to pretty well a lot of this stuff. I know mental wellness, toxic drugs. Our community is in a major, major crisis. And I think we all have to think proactive and let's get going and do things, as opposed to just listening to somebody say the same thing over and over. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Good. We got number one, the Chiefs of Ontario. We had those reports. It's like 10-1. Can we have at least a 10-minute break? And then can we have a lunch and learn? Yes, there's food out there. So let's have 10 minutes anyways, and then we'll do bring your food back and we'll keep moving along. Is that okay with everybody? 10 minutes to, yeah. Okay, so just after 1. It's 101 to come back. Dale?
Yeah, no, I thought number 7-1 and was already put on the table, so I don't know whether we should just finish those motions before we break. So I think one was already put on the table, I thought.
Sure. Just to move as information. Is there a mover? Moved by Dale, second by Greg. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. And Greg, do you have anything for this one? For the Chiefs of Ontario, because Audrey, you finished yours for Chiefs of Ontario?
Yes, when I did.
This one? Okay, we'll do that when we get back then.
Okay.
Okay. Cynthia?
No, we're not there yet. No, just that 7-1.
Yours finished 7-1. Okay. Now 102. We can come back. Thanks. Okay, so let's get going. Cause it's been a long morning already. So we're on number 272. And if we can make it brief and then hand in your written, that would be great. Leslie's not here. Greg and Audrey, do you have anything? Okay. We're just gonna do a brief. The coup one, and then so Chiefs of Ontario, that was for the fall assembly. That was on November 21st to 23rd. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, we attended that, Leslie, Chief and I. Now, we did review 7 or 8 resolutions, I believe. They were all in camera. There were some amendments that were made. But also Claire is just actually just finalizing those resolutions, and I was waiting for those. I haven't received them yet, but I'll get them today, and then hopefully either we'll do them. I'll review them in camera possibly tomorrow or next week. Today, later on in camera today. Okay, thank you.
Audrey? Can you push it?
Went on the Monday and I had an education meeting with Julia Canlish, who's the Director of Education for Chiefs of Ontario, along with all of her staff. And also the credit was there. And it was a really good meeting. We went through the education resolutions, understood them, and I met with our Chief Hill here and let her know that we'd be voting, or the best way to do is, the suggestion is to vote yes on both of them. Because what they in essence do is they give more funding to First Nations. And they're trying to do the systemic gaps. But one of the main ones is that First Nations don't get enough money for education. Okay, the other main one, I'll just tell you another one, then I'll just send you the notes out. The other one was when we did the resolutions. And we found that the chief just got the resolutions that time. They wouldn't let them see any resolutions, etc. So I took issue with Tracy Antone for Chiefs of Ontario. And I asked her, I said, we're trying to help our chief with these resolutions, but if we don't see them and we don't get to talk with her about them, then it's not to our benefit. So she said there is an unaffiliated position for a person for resolution writing. I said, would you please put Six Nations down for that? And then, because that's who we are, unaffiliated. So there's a spot open for us. I let Sherry Lynn and the rest of the councillors know that as well. So that will give us an opportunity not only to get the resolutions earlier, but also to have input into them, get them earlier, bring it to full council. So full council can then give some direction of how we want to vote on all the resolutions. And to me, that makes the most sense, because then all of council knows what's going on and we're working our process the way we should be working it. So that's a good thing. And I think a councillor should be on the resolution writing committee, especially those people who are really into that sort of stuff. And you know who you are. All right, the rest of I'll put in email to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Can I have a mover to accept the reports as information? Is there a mover? Moved by Elena, second by Hazel. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Seen and carried. So let's move to, we did number 8. So number 9 is what Audrey's talking about. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Yeah, when I was looking at that, it's an appointment of a political and technical rep to the Chiefs Committee on Political Restructuring. I would be interested to sit on that.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, just to give a little context, I was I guess I was both technical and political for the last term on the political restructuring. And a lot of it has to do with what Audrey indicated in terms of ensuring there's proper representation across the board. Just to give you an update, the past work dealt a lot with an integrity commission. So I kind of ended my work at the Integrity Commission at the Chiefs of Ontario, which allowed for staff as well as chiefs, as well as attendees at assemblies to be able to hold the leadership to account for their comments in a lot of ways and hold them to the code of conduct. So now they're looking at better representation for this particular committee in terms of, as Audrey laid out, the resolution process, as well as there is an inequity on the board as well. So there's two boards. There's a political board, which is your leadership council, and then there's a corporate board, which is executive directors from the four organizations. There's no room on the corporate board for independents or non-affiliates at this time.
Cynthia? Go ahead, use your mic.
Sorry, I thought I read in here, Chief Hare, Regional Chief, sent a letter wanting us to nominate somebody for that. Or not nominate, appoint somebody to it. In this little package, that was October 31st, 23 letter. We're asking the following First Nations, please appoint a political and technical rep. And it's got 6 nations of Grand River.
There's a separation between the restructuring committee, which is what they're asking for in that particular letter. There's no representation on the corporate board at Chiefs of Ontario for non-affiliates or independents at this current time.
Okay, well, whatever this is, he's asking for, this Chiefs Committee on Political Restructure. And it says appointment of a political and technical rep to the Chiefs Committee on Political Restructure.
Sorry, I don't think I was clear. So I was the technical and political rep for the 57th council on that particular committee.
Yeah, I understood that.
We concluded our work with the Integrity Commission and the Code of Conduct. This new committee is looking at better representation on both the entities of the Chiefs of Ontario for non-affiliates and independents. So there's a separation.
Yeah. Okay, can you hit your mic? Yep, just
So
hit
is
your
there
mic and then Amos, then Elena.
Is there two committees then? Are we talking two committees here?
They both sit as one. So they sit together, both political and technical, and then the technical will go off to. So I would actually suggest we get both a political and technical, because I handled both and it wasn't fun. It was a lot of work.
Elena, and then Audrey.
I was gonna move to appoint Cynthia, but if you're thinking that there should be another, is there a Claire for a technical portion?
Okay, you throwing that on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a seconder before comments? That resolution, Audrey? Question?
Where does the person to sit on the resolution committee fit in? Is she in one of, or he in one of those two spots, or is it a separate another position?
Every assembly, the Chiefs of Ontario does a call out for resolution committee representation. So it's at that call out that we would appoint. And I would get clarification, because if Tracy's saying there's a spot for the non-affiliates, one spot, that would mean we're sharing it amongst 3 other First Nations.
She said a spot. She
She
didn't
is-
say one spot.
She said a spot.
That spot, yes.
So we're assuming that's one spot.
I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming.
Well, that's why I'm saying we should get clarification on that. But that happens, that has to happen at least 8 weeks before an assembly is called, that the resolution committee be struck.
So who's the we you're talking about? Get clarification.
So can you hit your mic? So we'll get clarification on that. And no matter what, we have that on the floor, so we'll be ready to move. All in favor? Anybody opposed? See none, carried. So it's Cynthia and Claire that was on that motion. Okay, next we have chief updates. There's just a few, then the rest will be in camera. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay, thank you. So nothing crazy groundbreaking to share that wasn't already discussed in a lot of the reports from you guys doing a great job in your reporting. I will go in the same order. So starting with the ISK Ontario Regional Gathering. So the chosen theme of ISK was nation to nation of the entire event. And there were various updates from different departments within ISK, notably mostly from managers and other kind of like lower level department reps. And the reason I mention that is because they aren't equipped to answer the hard questions that come on the floor in this kind of gathering. So it leads to a lot of, I'll take this back with my bosses. And that is a lot of what kind of happened in those presentations from said reps from ISK. I did have the pleasure of attending last year, again, similar things that I've already said as a technician within the community. So I mean, a lot of the updates are pretty much the same as last year. So they're lacking meaningful data to have a meaningful update to really tell us what has changed and what they're doing, what's being done. Of course, as kind of mentioned as well, there was a lot of feedback from different First Nations community level reps, chiefs, and technicians. And they did express a lot of the same challenges that we are familiar with here. And it is my interpretation, again, based on who will be there, that these comments will likely, unfortunately, fall on deaf ears. But such things, we're talking about a jurisdictional football between the Canadian and provincial governments, which is quite interesting given it's a federal department event with a regional focus. Another huge issue that was consistently looked at was stringent funding requirements as well as chronic underfunding in general. Devolution was a concern that was brought up and explored, as well as a need for strategic planning on the federal government side, enforcement challenges at the community level, a lack of capital funding, NAHB and Jordan's principal barriers were discussed, and a big topic was medical transportation or lack thereof. So those are just, again, some of the main topics that we know were being discussed. And in attendance was the Honorable Michael Tibelow, who is the Associate Minister of Mental Health and Addictions. He gave a really brief presentation and then left the gathering. And I was able to kind of connect with him really quickly, and hopefully we will have an introductory meeting to discuss the needs that are here. I have not heard back from the office, but we will see how that goes. So that is what I have in terms of an overview update for ISK. Yeah, so I'll just move right into the next one, which was the following week, the Chiefs of Ontario's Fall Chiefs Assembly. So this was 3 days, November 21st and 23rd. And the chief and I also attended the Committee on Health meeting that fell on the Monday, for the reason that that is Chief Sherry Lynn still holds the position. So until we kind of sort some things out, we wanted to make sure we're at that table to bring some of the things over here. So it was a closed meeting. So some of the things we will discuss in camera as they pertain, but there was presentations from the Ministry of Health to give an update on a general plan to strengthen healthcare for all Ontarians. It was very introductory. We don't really know what that will look like yet, but we will keep an eye on that.
And just with that, for the Chiefs Assembly, the Chiefs Committee that I attended on the Monday, That's where they were still going back and forth on the resolutions. That's where we were told that the 1/3 cut of AFN was happening. And just hurry up and we passed the resolutions then. So it was very quick and yeah, trying to get everything, they were trying to get everything in order that wasn't in order. Mhm. Yes. And I think that's about it, and we'll discuss more in camera.
I would just one really brief kind of addition to the coup Special Chiefs Assembly. There were certainly challenges with getting the resolutions and the transparency in order to work with the governance here. That definitely existed, but I will honestly truly say that that was one of the most effective assemblies in terms of getting through resolutions that I have sat at in a while. And they did get through all of the resolutions. What that means, I don't really think we know yet, but I'm just throwing that out there. They were handed, like someone else had mentioned, right in front at the very last minute. So like the preparatory work, it wasn't possible for that to happen, but somehow in their processes, they were able to move through the day, which is good. So that's all I have.
Okay. Can I have a mover to accept his information? Chief's update, is there a mover? Elena, seconder Hazel, all in favor? Anybody opposed? See none, carried. Okay, can I have an adjournment to go into the in camera? Oh, go ahead, Melba.
One more thing, can I have clarification? Who's going to the AFN? What's the resolution?
Yeah, Brooke had it this morning. Thank you. We'll get it right soon, Melba. If I remember.
Hi, Chief. For clarification in the room on who's going to AFN.
Yes, please.
Hi, Chief. Hi, Chief. Yeah. So confirmed is Chief Sherilyn Hill, Councillor Audrey Paulus Bomberry, Dean Hill, Amos Key.
I didn't hear that last one. Dean Hill and who?
Amos.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking him is I'm very concerned about Leslie as well as Greg unable to go. It's my understanding that right now we're in orientation, and obviously you don't consider the AFN as orientation. Leslie, for one, I don't think she's ever been there. And Greg, as you can see him, he runs around with a chicken with his head cut off, trying to gather all this information so he will understand what is happening with this council and the outside structures that affect us many, many times. So I'm questioning that, and I'm putting a motion on the floor that we follow through with orientation for all Six Nations councillors, specifically the new councillors who really need orientation in all areas of structures related to us. That is my motion.
Yeah. Okay, so I have a motion on the floor. Brooke, did you get the motion? Is there a seconder to Melba's motion? Second by Dean. And any questions? Go ahead, Cynthia.
Yeah, what is the motion?
Melba, can you click your thank you. Brooke, can you read the motion?
Hi, Chief. So from what I gather, Maba's motion was that we follow through with the orientation specifically for new counselors to be involved in. Maba, did you want to clarify? I would have just went back and listened to the motion, but if you want to just clarify for Cynthia.
Yes, for all councillors to be involved with the structures related to and affect Six Nations Council, and that I'm speaking Leslie as right.
Okay, yeah, we'll get it fixed.
Brooke, Shirley, we can hear. Okay. Did you get all that, Brooke?
Yes, Chief. And I have, Melba and Dean who moved that.
Okay, I have Elena, then Hazel. Go ahead, Elena.
So procedurally wise, what has to happen, because there was already a motion that was put on the floor and it didn't pass for this issue. So what is that? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, you'd have to rescind it to do this one. Yeah. Yeah. Before it's heard. Go ahead, Dale.
Mal was talking about putting a new motion about orientation, which is totally separate from the motion that didn't pass this morning. So that's done.
Melba say, but it was specific to Carol or Leslie and Greg attending the AFN is what I thought. Melba, is that correct?
That's right, I did, and I specifically, as Dale said, specifically mentioned orientation for this entire council. It's my understanding that is what this council wanted, that we take part in orientation so we can certainly understand the structures on the outside that sometimes and a lot of times affect what we are doing here at this table. Thank you.
Okay. We have a mover, then she, and a seconder, but added the last part to it. So I think we need to rescind that other one before. We'll have to rescind. Find it. Here it is. We'll have to rescind the one from, 8-3. So before we move on, Melba, is there anybody to rescind that motion? I'm just looking for, we're gonna rescind that motion 8-3 to be able to move on with yours because you added the.
Well, I will motion that if it's
Okay.
necessary.
There's a mover to rescind it. Is there a seconder? Yep, to rescind the recommendation 8-3. That's what we're doing. So I have Melba to rescind it, and I have Dean to rescind it. Okay, so this is to rescind the motion that got defeated earlier. All in favor? This that they to rescind it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Not in favor to rescind it? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm opposed.
5. Yep. No. Yep. So again, Melba, it's defeated. It's 5-4. Yep. Okay. Thank you. So can I have a motion to adjourn? Elena, second by Hazel. Now we'll go to in camera. Thank you, community, for joining us. Today was long and got to see the candidates for the AFN. Have a great day.